The following comes from the book The Essex Boys and Mr. X by Heath Mayfield from Visual Feast Publishing. No matter who or how many people may have been involved in the murders, from the organiser to the shooter, the most critical issue in the following accounts is that the motive to commit the crime has been overlooked and undisclosed. That motive was solely one person's jealousy, pathological jealousy rooted in a massively narcissistic personality. As well as being a sadistic, violent psychopath, he was known to explode in rage if threatened or challenged. The murders took place during a period of criminal upheaval where various violent gangs and individuals had intentions of seeking vengeance. They were said to be very offended by the unacceptable practices of Tony Tucker and Pat Tate in the form of blatantly ripping off drugs from other criminals while pretending to be retributable buyers. They had in addition a growing habit of not paying their debts. They ripped off a dangerous canning crew of hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of travellers' checks. This action alone created extremely hostile feelings and was followed by some serious threats. Various parties were said to be in the planning stages of seeking retribution from Tucker and Tate. But who got to them first and how? Tucker and Tate had both started life as well-behaved, respectable and educated children. They were from good families and were wanted and loved. It was not as if their backgrounds consisted of poverty-driven survival. One day, however, their egos and their lust for power and wealth would cost them their lives. What would put them out of control would be the insatiable need to consume a cocktail of drugs just to function. Their later friend Craig Rolfe, however, had started life in an unusual and tragic manner. He was born in prison to a mother who had been found guilty alongside with a lover of murdering Rolfe's father as he slept. Rolfe himself was also a lifetime user of Class A drugs. He was violent and used steroids to try to bulk up, but never to the extent that Tucker and Tate took it. They bulked themselves up massively. They did not fully realise that a violent or aggressive personality would be more likely to react uncontrollably to urges to act violently or aggressively if they continued using steroids. Pat Tate had ventured into a form of self-employment. He was working, but more as a backyard trader, as a car dealer, selling second-hand cars and machinery. He would eventually have his fingers in many small pies, including a mediocre suburban brothel. At the time of his murder, he was in a relationship and the proud and caring father of a young child, a son whom he adored, like any other loving father. He may have been loud, but he was known to be extremely loving and caring before his decline into drug-induced mental mayhem. As for Tony Tucker, he was well-mannered and polite. He had ventured in the security industry and achieved success by building a monopoly on security guards, particularly those used on the doors of many nightclubs. He was well organised and reliable. He had hundreds of men on his payroll and were all experienced and reliable as well. He was married and was known to have at least one mistress. As an introduction, the following is a summary of the case and what we, the public, have been led to believe are the facts behind the Rettendon murders. There has been much speculation, doubt and theorising over the last 20 years or so, but there still appears to be a case of something stinks in Hamlin Town. It has been speculated that the murders were committed by corrupt police, by a government military unit and of course by highly pissed off heavyweight villains. But there is one thing that stands out like the proverbial dog's balls about the shooter. He had to have been the most cold-blooded and callous individual. To have murdered them the way as he did, he must have also held the victims in great disdain and disliked them intensely. On the morning of the 7th of December 1995, a Range Rover was found in a stationary position with the automatic gear lever in drive and the handbrake off. It was discovered in Workhouse Lane in the small secluded village of Rettendon in the Basildon area of Essex. Inside the vehicle were the dead bodies of three men referred to as local ecstasy drug barons, Tony Tucker, Pat Tate and the minor player Craig Rolfe. The murders occurred during the period of public outcry over ecstasy causing the death of a young woman, Leah Betts, whilst enjoying her 18th birthday at home with friends. Rumour had it that the drug trio were responsible for supplying the ecstasy that led to her death. In addition, they were in extreme trouble with some very heavyweight villains, primarily because they were not adhering to the unwritten rules. They were also so wholly drug-addicted themselves that they thought they were invincible and could do what they liked to anybody. They had borrowed money from various criminals to fund a large drug purchase that had gone sour, and so owed this money with interest to those who had financed the deal. Leading up to this failed drug deal, Pat Tate had been involved and doing business with Mick Steele, Jack Womes and Darren Nichols. They were smuggling drugs, originally marijuana, from Holland into England using a small motorised inflatable dinghy. They would land the drugs at an isolated beach on the Essex coastline before returning to a small port, as if they'd merely been fishing. Then they would regather the drugs and take them to Mick Steele's home for storage. One of these consignments was to prove to be a bad batch and was no good for resale, so they were in debt to some very heavy criminals. The smugglers had been dragged into the mess of trouble because Pat Tate had blamed them for the messed up import and insisted that they had to pay the money back that was owed to the criminal heavies, thus pulling them into the nightmare. Pat Tate, the chief architect of the intended drug transaction, declared that he would not be repaying back the loan. He had graduated to being a constant, ever-increasing consumer of a mixture of drugs, including massive doses of steroids. He used them to profound effect whilst working out and pumping iron to further develop his already large frame. This declaration was made during a period of irrational thinking due to his spiraling use of cocaine and drugs, and because he was not in a position to repay the debt for which he was responsible. He foolishly and contemporaneously decided that the debt would remain unpaid. This was a bold and dangerous statement to make considering who he was dealing with, and it infuriated those heavy criminals who had supplied the loan. This insulting refusal to pay was said to have led to the deaths of Tate, Tucker and Rolfe, although there was a litany of reasons to eliminate the trio who had become known as the Essex Boys. It was later reported that for what was regarded as an acceptable behaviour and discarded of the rules, the heavies declared they have to go. The Rettendon murders in an Essex country laneway involved three primary drug dealers, Pat Tate, Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe, two of them suspected murders, Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe. For the last 20 years or so, the two men who were convicted of the crime have never once admitted any guilt. They steadfastly refused to do so, still claiming their innocence. Skeptics could quote the story of Reggie Cray, one half of the infamous Cray twins, waiting 16 years before he finally admitted in a book that he wrote in prison to killing Jack the Hat McVitie. The public will probably never know the whole truth concerning the killings unless the actual shooter or shooters freely admits to it. No one has done so yet. Here is a significant doubt about the soundness of the guilty verdict brought down on Jack Womes and a belief that a massive miscarriage of justice has taken place. Is it possible that Womes was utterly innocent of the three murders? Was he even aware of the plot to kill the three drug dealers? Could Mick Steele and Darren Nichols have been involved without Jack's knowledge? They were just as terrified of Tate killing him at some stage because of this deteriorating state of his mind, and he was hell-bent on making a lot of money in as short a space of time as possible, no matter what it would take. There is no doubt that Tate was somewhat envious of Tucker's wealth. Could Mick Steele have approached some criminal heavyweights to seek a solution to free himself from the menacing Tate? Could Steele have suggested a solution that he would be the one to tell Tucker, Tate and Rolfe about a drug consignment deal that had been arranged in a secluded rural location? Seeing that he was always heavily involved with them, there would be no doubt this tempting offer of a very profitable drug transaction. As they were already on drug-induced highs and were operating primarily on greed and avarice, not on sense and logic, Steele could have easily persuaded them to become involved. Did the fact that the trio had already booked a dinner with their partners for later in the evening mean that they were convinced of a successful outcome and forthcoming riches and were going to celebrate? why Tate, Tucker and Rolfe fed false information specifically designed to trap them in an isolated area to be murdered. Was this why Craig Rolfe had mentioned his wife that he was expecting to join up with Mick Steele at some point in the early evening of the murders? But there is no mention of Jack Wombs. Steele would have had to organise a trusted driver, someone for whom Steele would have had to be personally responsible. He would have to deliver the killer to and from the ambush point, then drive the killer and Mick Steele from the scene. It would have to be Nichols purely because he was already involved with Mick Steele and the trio, as well as also being terrified of Pat Tate, whose murder threats he took seriously. Did Nichols drive a hitman other than Wombs to the scene? Did he then take two men, one being Mick Steele, away from the scene after the slayings? Did Steele suggest, in order to keep him out of the frame, that Jack Wombs attend to a broken down car owned by Nichols? Was Jack Wombs' telephone call to Nichols as innocent as he says it was? Simply to let him know that Jack had fixed the car and was returning home and be ready for Nichols to pick up. It was not until Nichols was arrested for having a commercial amount of drugs that any accusations were made. Keep in mind that Nichols had seen 6 months go by since the killings and was having a surge in his ego and in his drug supply business. He had plenty of time to conduct a story he was convinced that he could pull off, although it may have been extremely questionable by anyone else's standard. He had a plan B regarding the murders that would indicate that it had been an unsuspecting fool for being duped into an involvement in a serious crime, and would play down his knowledge of or personally participation in the killings. Supposedly, he was faced with a lengthy jail sentence in the future. All that he had to do was tell the truth for the majority of his tale, but insist that his role was minimal, as if he'd been duped or acting under duress. By putting an innocent man in the frame without any feelings of guilt or remorse, he would be able to further his ends and to protect himself. He was trying to preserve his life, as if he would be killed if he informed on the actual killer of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. Nichols may have decided to replace the identity of the shooter with that of Jack Wombs, a close friend and criminal business partner of Mick Steele. It would appear to be logical, as if Steele and Wombs had a very close bond and were known to be in each other's company most of the time. They were also on the police radar for various activities. Although it appeared that Pat Tate was short of cash at the time of his murder, he was quite wealthy, but maybe not as wealthy as Tony Tucker. It was revealed sometime after the murders that a well-known criminal by the name of John Marshall, who was known to be involved after the fact in the Brinksmat gold robbery and who was ironically shot dead in a Range Rover himself, was holding £50,000 for Pat Tate. Pat Tate had an undeniable connection to the holders of the Brinkmat stolen gold. It is thought that he was first become acquainted with the robbers through supplying them and other criminals with vehicles that he was selling as a used car dealer when he was in his late 20s. Trying to establish himself within the criminal world, Tate could acquire and supply non-traceable cars or how to get rid of them. He had already dealt with Mick Steele in his activities. In itself, the Brinkmat gold robbery was from the beginning in danger of becoming unstuck. Firstly, there was the age-old suspicion held by the police that there was unusually an inside man working with thieves, and this proved to be true. One of the guards had told him that the security code was changed daily and was split between 3 guards whom he identified. The robbers had captured these 3 guards, tied them up and doused them with petrol, threatening to set them alight if they did not give them the codes. Unfortunately, here is where the robbery went sour. One of the guards was so highly stressed that he could not remember the daily code that he was assigned, so the raiders could not get access to the cash held in the safes. It was then, by accident, that the raiders discovered a pallet of boxes filled with gold bars. They then settled for the gold, forsaking the attempt to get the cash. They had to go and bring in the van that was supposed to be the getaway vehicle to the loading dock so they could load the gold. They escaped with gold worth £26 million at the time, but they had a major problem as to what to do with it. How would they sell it or convert it into something more beneficial to them? This is when the sharks started to circle, followed by a larger pond of orcas about to devour them, killer whales indeed. Because the police suspected that an inside assistant was involved in the robbery, they ran a check on all the family members, friends and associates of each of the security guards working at the depot to find that one of the guards was related to a major villain. They concentrated on breaking whom they considered the weaker link, the security guard, who soon admitted his involvement and gave up the robbers. But the stolen gold bars were out and about, being handed by harsh criminal elements. This missing gold would prove to be a curse, as there have been approximately 20 murders committed over its possession and whereabouts. Pat Tate also knew the Blundell brothers, well-known major criminals in East London and Essex. Having a Spanish mother, the brothers often holidayed in Spain, using the pretext of visiting family and friends to try and organise deals with the holders of the gold, some of whom had fled to Spain. At this stage, Tate was well known and trusted by the Blundell brothers, who would advance him jumbo cash loans for criminal ventures or investments. He'd always been reliable and timely in repaying the loans with interest and usually showed them great respect. They in turn, especially Eddie Blundell, had taken a bit of a shine to Pat. At one stage, Tate had fled Britain to escape rearrest. He headed to Gibraltar, where he was arrested and taken back to face charges of violence. He made a brazen escape from the court, jumping the dock and assaulting staff before fleeing to holiday with the Blundells in Spain. Coincidentally, Charlie Wilson, one of the great train robbery gang, was hiding out in Spain, living a very comfortable lifestyle in a large house, which was typical for a lot of British villains to do at the time. He was minding some of the Brinksmack stolen gold, but could not account for £3 million of it. Someone knocked on his front door, and when Charlie opened it, he was shot dead. Pat Tate was already on the final slide of an uncontrollable and excessive drug use. It would prove to be ironic, but the results of the autopsy performed on Tate revealed that he had been close to dying of natural causes because of a diseased liver and a weakening heart from his combined drug use. Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe may still be alive today, as Pat Tate had irreversibly led them down a path of damnation. While Tate was in prison for an uncalled for assault and awaiting parole, he made friends with various people, some who were training bodybuilding with the use of steroids. Tate had initially been friends with Mick Steele, and then he met Jack Worms while doing time, but he did not know Darren Nichols. He had also formed a secure connection with some real heavyweight criminals who were also doing time. Nichols had met Mick Steele and Jack Worms when all three were doing time in the same prison. Mick had latched on to Mick Steele and would join them in his smuggling operations when released. One person in particular that Tate connected with was a well-known criminal. He was intelligent but appeared somewhat aloof to most people. He had what many people would call a crocodile mentality when it came to his occasional stares, a shall I kill it, shall I eat it, shall I fuck it sort of look. Tate had introduced him to steroids and bodybuilding. Keep in mind that steroid use ultimately leads to a surge in anger. Later, upon his release from prison, this man was to finance Tate in various criminal investments, but with hefty interest rate attached. He knew that Tate, at that stage, had a reliable enough reputation and was known and approved by the Blundell brothers. Pat Tate, upon release from prison, had a defined and determined plan for making massive amounts of money through drug dealing. He joined up with Tony Tucker, who was already independently wealthy from his various legal and illegal businesses. He was heavily involved in the supply and distribution of the latest craze taking hold in the nightclubs, which held a license for late night openings. They proved to be excellent legal venues for the popular rave parties. Pure ecstasy was sold primarily because the doormen at various clubs allowed Tucker's drug runners to operate inside the clubs. Pat Tate had big plans and ideas. He was talking Tucker into the idea of not just settling for a couple of £1,000 a week that they were making from the ecstasy sales, but how they should go on with a bigger picture and take over the monopoly on ecstasy supply in Essex. They had well started on the massive abuse of various drugs: heroin, speed, marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy and steroids. What Pat Tate did not know is that Tony Tucker had taken from a criminal financer a bridging loan with cash he had to buy an expensive property. It was a significant amount, and Tucker was committed to paying it back with interest from his escalating drug profit. His ability to repay the loan was to become questionable at a later and more critical stage. After all, raves at the time were opportunities for people to feel good, friendly and tolerant, etc. This was a far cry from the usual alcohol binges that generally took place, and there was a massive reduction in violent incidences. This was akin to turning the beasts into mice. This apparent calm really suited the local police, as they seldom called to any violent outbreaks in the rave clubs. The young ravers loved the happy, friendly vibe associated with their ecstasy, as it was pure, not cut or mixed with any drugs, fillers or contaminants. This information rang bells with the criminal financiers. It was what the people wanted, and there were millions to be made keeping them happy, not only the ravers, but so many ordinary working class folks who could afford the ecstasy tabs. It was letting the lunatics take over the asylum. Pat Tate had visions of buying a sizable commercial shipment of ecstasy directly from a contact in Holland at a much cheaper buy rate than they were paying their current regular suppliers. But this was going to be a bit treasonous on Tate's part, as his regular loan sharks included the likes of the Blundell brothers and other heavy criminals. Without revealing what he wanted the money for, he had taken a loan from a loan shark to buy a batch of ecstasy, stating only that it was on behalf of himself and Tucker for a profitable venture. Tucker, however, had not been informed of the statement or his supposed involvement in the loan. Darren Nichols was ready to travel across the channel, meet Mick Steele, who was Jack Worm's partner, and secure a large batch of ecstasy on behalf of Pat Tate, and to smuggle it back across the channel to Britain. Upon delivery, Pat Tate would pay Steele and Nichols a pittance for their involvement. But the purchase had failed to go through, or so it was reported by Tate. This loan was left unpaid. First, excuses were made to the loan shark, but the promise to make it right did not eventuate. It was causing significant concern. It was at this time that Tucker and Tate had started to act way over the top with their audacious use of intimidation and some violence as they continued to rip off other crooks for their drugs. Some of these were East London crooks, and they were extremely violent when collecting debts owed to them, plus they were not known to write off debts. Nichols declared that without a doubt he had been earmarked for murder, along with Mick Steele, over festering differences and greed concerning a massive drug deal organised by Pat Tate. And Tate made it clear in threats against them that he would kill them if they did not compensate him the money he had borrowed from heavyweight villains. For their investment in the drug deal, which had ultimately gone sour, Tate had promised the heavies involved they would receive a 20% profit upon the deal's completion. But the deal had gone pear-shaped, and the heavy villains wanted their investment money back, with the threat of severe repercussions if they did not receive it. They demanded, in addition, all outstanding payments owed by either Tate or Tucker. In truth, the money which the villains had invested in a poor quality marijuana importation had indeed been given back in full to Pat Tate, so that he could reimburse the heavies and avoid various serious comebacks. But Pat Tate had tried to deny this and kept much of the money, blaming Steele, Worms and Nichols for stealing it. This had followed a Laurel and Hardy sort of routine, as Pat Tate, Tony Tucker, Darren Nichols and even a crooked cop converged on the drug supply in Holland, who had supplied them with the useless marijuana in order to be repaid for the dud drugs. There were problems with returning the money, as there was little in the way of British currency available. Dutch guilders would not suffice because of the daily exchange rate. They hovered about over several days, and they were bored shitless. In truth, Pat Tate had some money for the sale of the third of the so-called dud marijuana that was usable and acceptable, and he'd remained stum about it. So had Darren Nichols. Plus, Darren Nichols received a cash reward of around about £400 from the police for informing them of the existence of a large batch of marijuana which he, Nichols, had dumped into a lake to dispose of it under the instructions of Mick Steele. The police rewarded him unknowingly for the dud marijuana. Nichols also coughed up a percentage of the reward to a corrupt detective that he was in league with, on the officer's insistence. When confronted by the heavies, Tate had tried to reassure them. If their money remained unpaid by the trio involved on this particular venture, then he would deliver them all, kneel them down, and shoot them in the head as punishment for their perceived deceit. Of course, he never once admitted to having their money in his possession. Did he think a bluff would suffice? Amazingly, he got away with making another promise to repay all the money with interest for the earlier loans he had taken out with the loan sharks, as he convinced them of a brilliant financial opportunity had opened up to him. Make it fucking quick, he was told. He was warned by Billy Blundell, a well-respected but infamous man and a trusted source amongst the London and Essex criminal underworld. Known as someone you should not take a liberty with, he had called for a meeting with Tate and Tucker, but Tucker had contemptuously refused to meet with him. Pat Tate went alone to the meeting. Billy had forewarned Tate that things were looking severe for his pal, Tucker, and advised Tate to rein in Tucker's unacceptable activities in the Essex area, including not paying debts on time. This was another reason that Tucker did not want to go to the suggested sit-down, but Tate did not know that there was a real case of concern to him. When Billy Blundell tried to forewarn Pat Tate, he made it abundantly clear that a lot of people and organisations had had enough of Tucker for various reasons and wanted him gone. Tucker had recently purchased an expensive property for which he'd paid cash, and it had been playing on Pat Tate's mind. It had cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. Some of this money belonged to criminal financial interests, and it should have been paid back by now. Some of this money was owed to one of the most notorious, unforgiving and spiteful loan sharks in the country. Blundell warned that if Tate happened to be with Tucker at a time when someone walked up behind him and put a bullet in the back of his head, then he, Tate, would suffer the same treatment. Pat Tate's drug-drenched, arrogant response was, "If it happens, it happens." 3 days later, they were shot dead. Did Nichols drive a hitman other than Jack Womes to the scene? A hitman who was known to Billy Blundell and who Billy described in interviews as being a severe villain. Was this known associate of the Blundell brothers a man who knew the slain men well after being involved in a drugs distribution deal with them and the doormen at Raquel's nightclub? Where Tate and Tucker had cellars for their drugs inside Raquel's, so did this Mr. X. He would often be seen in the nightclub monitoring his drug cellars and ready to organise resupplies when needed. And Billy Blundell's close associate now also had a severing hatred of Pat Tate, especially as Tate had tried to screw him for his investment money, disastrous drug buy they were caught up in, amongst other funds. Up until now, Pat Tate had a working relationship with Mr. X. He and others would finance Tate for the drug buying deals, and Tate would always repay the loans in full and on time. But that was when Tate was half reliable. On this occasion, Mr. X would not ignore the debt, nor would Tate be allowed to go unpunished. What had also been in question was the quality of the sly ecstasy, which had been sourced by Tate, who had purchased it via Nichols from a bit of a shonky source over in Holland. It was a constant source of a drug supply, but they were not quite as particular as Mr. X and his suppliers when it came to the guaranteed purity of the product, something Mr. X was adamant about. Mr. X and the other heavy players would usually buy their drugs from a reliable source who was known and trusted. He was an East End London crook who had trendy and profitable bars in Holland and Belgium. Tate's size, strength, anger and aggression were of no concern to Mr. X, who regarded Tate as a mere tool for him to make money. Tate made the mistake of considering himself to be a feared and dangerous somebody in Mr. X's thinking, but he would never be in Mr. X's league when it came to violence. Mr. X held Tucker and Tate responsible for bringing such intense heat down upon the criminal elements in Essex and for disputing an awful lot of profitable illegal business ventures because he thought that the actual composition of the ecstasy was responsible for Leah Betts' tragic reaction. Mr. X had figured that thousands upon thousands of people had consumed his supplies of ecstasy without suffering any ill effects, providing that they stayed within taking 1 or 2 tubs a night instead of gorging themselves throughout the evening. But Mr. X was also informed enough to know that some other people's chemical makeup simply cannot tolerate ecstasy. After all, the famous brilliantly skilled martial artist Bruce Lee died from a natural reaction to a low-grade painkiller bought over the counter in any pharmacy. But the Leah Betts incident had become the beacon of warning about the dangerous and deadly effects of taking ecstasy. A colossal campaign had been undertaken warning of the dangers of ecstasy to try to dissuade people from consuming it. But it seemed that the younger members of society rejected the warnings and advice as they just loved ecstasy or badly wanted to try it. Hearing of its calming and loving effects made it widely sought after. They seemed to reject the possibility that they would die for consuming just 1 tablet. It was the feel-good cheap formula for a break from everyday boredom or depression, a case of hard lines Leah, but it's not going to happen to me sort of attitude. Oh, this is as innocent as Blackpool Rock and it's cool. Leah Betts had become a high-profile case. Some thought that it was because she was the daughter of a respected ex-policeman. He had insisted on asking Leah's friends, who were prominently downstairs at her party, who had supplied the ecstasy. Before passing out, Leah had admitted to her father Paul that she had taken ecstasy, but nobody was quite sure. When news broke about the condition of Leah Betts, it brought the press in droves, trying to curry favour in order to get newsworthy content. The coverage of the Leah Betts incident had everybody's attention and it invoked a lot of sympathy, but it had caused the availability and purchase of ecstasy to immediately subside on the street and go way underground. It did cease for a relatively short period. Tucker and Tate also pulled on their overall activity at this time and just about went to ground. They were hiding their significant drug stash. The police stated they would examine all avenues of inquiry to expose and prosecute the people responsible for the ecstasy epidemic in the Essex area. There were people losing thousands of pounds a day due to the scare of being too carefully examined, and they were not too happy at all with the situation. For some, this was a very tense, taxing and anger-filling time. Then there was a vital connection that existed between Mr. X and the cocky, colourful and entertaining Steve Nipper Ellis, who was an unsuspected friend. Nipper's connection was through his father, who was well acquainted with Mr. X. Nipper Ellis's father was himself a well-connected man, and he was not a man to be easily threatened or scared by anybody, including Tate and Tucker. They had sent a perceived hitman around to Nipper's father's home to try and put the frighteners on him. Nipper was in hiding at the time. Nipper's father was upstairs in his home when a large man in a long dark coat and wearing gloves had called to Nipper's old man, who was looking out of the upstairs window to see who was knocking on the door asking if Nipper was there. The father told him that Nipper did not live there and asked what the man wanted to see Nipper about. The visitor said he had something for him. The old boy decided to go downstairs to confront the caller, but the time Nipper's father had made his way to the front door to face this threat, the visitor had disappeared. This means of harassment was water off a duck's back to Nipper's father. The visit, however, had set off his shit detectors and he started to make inquiries as to how much trouble his son was in and how much serious the threat he was under. Nipper's father was a very well-respected man in criminal circles, and his associates stretched to all sorts of contacts. There he found more than ample evidence to provide a reason for Nipper to want to see Tucker and Tate dead. Nipper had gone through a period of intense stress with all of the vile things that the pair were responsible for doing to him, robbing his flat of small or minor value items to help set up one of their girlfriends in a flat, smearing excrement all over his belongings and the walls of his flat, and the never-ending threats to kill him in notes that they left about. The warnings had even included Nipper's family members threatening to do cruel things to his 15-year-old sister, including cutting off her fingers. The father found out that Nipper had warned her and that she was terrified. But the final straw for Nipper was that when he banged up in prison, he'd heard that Tate, Tucker and Rolf had supposedly attacked one of his girlfriends out of spite for him. Nipper undoubtedly wanted to kill the trio more than ever. When his father learned of this, things escalated. Nipper's father informed his very close and reliable criminal associate, Mr. X, of the situation. There is no evidence that Nipper's father paid any money to Mr. X to kill the trio, without either Nipper or his father having to do it themselves. However, both were quite capable of doing so. But again, Mr. X may have simply offered to take care of the matter on behalf of Nipper's family, for the same reason that he wanted to protect the Blundell's standing and respect. There was also his intolerance for the trio, whom he despised. Mr. X was therefore aware of the bad blood between Nipper and the drug trio. But Nipper had never faulted in repaying Mr. X whatever money that he had borrowed with interest to finance some of his schemes. When a trusted Nipper had confided in Mr. X that he had already tried to shoot Pat Tate, but had only wounded him in the attempt, he decided to up the ante in their war. Tony Tucker, frothing in the mouth in a drug-induced rage, had bailed Nipper up and threatened to chop off his hand or foot, in retaliation for a misinterpreted comment that Nipper had made to Tucker's girlfriend in a phone call that she'd made to Nipper trying to find Tony. Up until now, Nipper had been close friends with Pat Tate, but Tate's growing drug consumption and increasingly violent outbursts and actions had convinced Nipper that both Tucker and Tate had turned into low-life wasters. He had told them so at one stage before he fired an old shotgun at the pair when they were looking for him. Nipper was convinced that the crazy acting, continually drug-consuming Tucker and Tate were hell-bent on killing him. It had become pathological on their part, as they viewed Nipper as some kind of Judas for assaulting them, calling them losers and wasters. They saw him as trying to destroy the American gangster style of life, which they had deluded themselves they were following. Nipper was fucking up their dearly clung to fantasies and highly distorted take on things. This was a guy who had befriended Pat Tate and even allowed Tate to share his small 3-bedroom flat when Tate was waiting to move into a house he had recently purchased. Nipper could have not been a better or more trusted friend to Tate, and here he was now being seriously threatened with death. Could Nipper really be blamed for thinking Tate to be an ungrateful and miserable bastard who was under the impression that he was the top dog and invincible? It was at this point that Mr. X had made a very telling comment to Nipper that he agreed with and condoned Nipper's intentions. But he said that Nipper should have never relied on the handgun that he tried to kill Tate, nor on the old shotgun that Nipper had fired at Tucker and Rolfe. He should have used a very good, old, reliable pump-action shotgun in the first place if he was serious. Was Mr. X telling Nipper that was what he would have used, and then he might just use it if Tate did not repay a loan? Remember that Tate had declared to Tucker and others that he was not going to do so. Tucker had never mentioned to Tate that he owed Mr. X a considerable amount of cash and was concerned about having spent it before repaying it. He had recently been given a potent reminder of the position that he was in. Although he was asset rich at the time, he did not have enough cash on hand to pay back Mr. X on demand. Tucker was becoming anxious and privately afraid. He was desperately looking for a significant cash score to help sort out his problem with Mr. X, £100,000 plus overdue for payment. This fact in itself would have Tucker quietly shitting himself, as he knew only too well how vindictive, spiteful and coldly determined that Mr. X could be. On ordinary social occasions, Mr. X could be extremely well-mannered, cautious, charming and entertaining. It was quite an intelligent, well-read man, but he could turn instantly into another extremely violent personality if angered, a true berserker. Tucker's real excuse for not wanting to show up for a sit-down with Billy Blundell concerning matters that were displeasing Billy and others was that he knew full well the strength of the association between Billy Blundell and Mr. X, so much that he did not want to have to face them. He was also trying to distance himself from Pat Tate at the time. Still, He fell for the seduction when offered an incredible opportunity, and so he fought by Pat Tate, who had fallen for the same offer when supposedly approached by Mick Steele. Tucker had no idea that Mr. X would be involved in any way in the transaction and was not concerned. He was more concerned about Pat Tate. There was also other negative issues existing between them that were still unresolved. Jealousy and mistrust had undoubtedly crept into their relationship, but the thought of their expected score overrode any disputes at the time. Pat Tate had been making comments to the people closest to him about his concerns that Tucker might be shortchanging him with the money that Tucker had been holding for him when he was in prison, and that it might be going into Tucker's new property. He did not know that Tucker had borrowed heavily for the purchase of his large and expensive property. Tate had gone so far as to ask his pal Mick Steele to visit him in prison, and had asked him to keep an eye on Tucker and to question his spending if he could. Although Tate was suspicious of Tucker, he decided to keep him close and sweet so that he could attain more significant profits. As the old saying goes, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies even closer. This is not to say that Tate and Tucker had not been close, reliable friends up until the last stages of their relationship. This was when the cracks started to appear. Trust between them both was now strained. Neither of them knew how much debt the other was in to Mr. X, or what the result might bring. Today, and in video interviews, Nipper can be seen flashing a satisfied sort of smile when he professes that it was not either Steele or Worms who were responsible for the actual shootings. Does that mean that he knows who the real killer was? Maybe Mr. X should have involved Nipper, or at least Nipper's father, as the driver of the getaway vehicle used in the murders, as they could be trusted to keep the identity of Mr. X unknown. Would this have eliminated any need for Darren Nichols to be involved in the conspiracy, and therefore no mention of Mick Steele or Jack Worms would have ever taken place, and neither of them would be in prison today? Or did Mr. X and Nipper's father combine to commit the murders and were responsible for luring the trio to the quiet workhouse lane? It was an area known by all the players for various reasons. It was common knowledge that Pat Tate was a used car dealer, and the Range Rover was Pat Tate's responsibility. He had borrowed it from the mechanic car body guy who was fixing Tony Tucker's smashed Porsche, which Pat Tate had crashed. Rolf was the regular chauffeur for Tucker and Tate. He could also be comfortable and useful on occasions, such as if Tate wanted to go out to the semi-rural properties to purchase cheap machinery or equipment for some relatively private property, even in the early evening to buy the likes of horse floats that they would resell. There has always been an extreme suspicion held by the people supposedly in the know that Nipper's father and Mr. X were present at the scene and were responsible for the ambush and the killings. If they weren't, shouldn't we wonder how Nichols, Steele and Worms were ever brought into the equation? There would have been no need for their inclusion in any way. Nipper's father could have driven Mr. X to the ambush when Mr. X was responsible for the shootings and left the area via the tracks and rat runs. Some have suspected that the Blundell brothers, Billy and Eddie, or anybody else of a similar standing, could have been present at the ambush scene for whatever reason that may be suggested. Although they would be more than capable of pulling the trigger themselves, as it is shown in their history, it is highly unlikely that either of the Blundell brothers pulled the trigger. What was the reason that the drug trio were there at the ambush site at all? It does not matter a joint in reality. They were there and they suffered the consequences of being there. What puts a fly into the ointment of the soundness of Nipper's father and Mr. X's involvement is it would hardly be likely for Tate to require Tucker and Rolf to be with him to take care of an ordinary chore that he could complete by himself, take the Range Rover, hook up the horse float and leave. If it was a case of Mr. X and Nipper's father committing the murders, it would have not involved Steele, Worms and Nichols. As a possible trap for the murders, how could they be sure that they could catch all three together at the same time if it was a plan to conceive entice Pat Tate to the country laneway on the pretext of buying a used vehicle or a horse float or something that Tate could resell at a handsome profit. Even if it were a car that was supposed to be the bait, then Tate would have had to bring somebody with him to drive one of the vehicles back to Tate's yard or lockup. It would be unlikely for the whole trio to turn up for a small buy. It would more than likely be Craig Rolfe, as he was a bit of a lackey for Tate. If it did work as a ploy to get all three there at the same time, then Darren Nichols must be credited with having an outstanding criminal mind to have conceived and pulled off an incredible audacious plan, to have heard about the murders merely, and then to have woven the tale of Mick Steele and Jack Worms so convincingly as to accusing them of being involved. He's not that bright enough, rat cunning, but not that smart. What? Miraculously arranging both Steele and Worms to be in the area of the murders at the approximate time, and convincingly arranging for them to make and receive telephone calls that could be traceable, so smoothly and trouble-free that he sucked in and fooled the whole of the Essex police force, the judge and the jury. And by only claiming to have played a minor unsuspecting role after being supposedly duped into being that driver in an average low-scale drug deal. Not out of spite for stealing Worms, but purely as a plan to save his ass should he be arrested on drug charges. The mere audacity in doing so is impressive, plus needing the skills of a convincing liar who could pretend to be a bit vague, forgetful, yet incredibly deceptive. Much like the character Verbal Kent, Kaiser Soze, played by Kevin Spacey in the Hollywood movie The Usual Suspects. Then again, we have to question the police department's attitude when it comes to either turning a blind eye to some of the things or the gratings of the immunity to some offenders when it suits their purposes. As in the example that is glaringly obvious that Nipper Ellis must have been granted immunity from prosecution from a slur of severe crimes that he could have been charged with, including attempted murder, shooting with intent, grievously bodily harm, malicious wounding, discharging a firearm, having an unregistered firearm, having ammunition, and more. Thankfully, the minimal amount of charges against him over the matter were laid relating to the attack on Tate, as Nipper admitted being guilty of all of these offences when recorded giving an interview soon after the murders. After all, he was not grassing anybody, only himself in the light of things. Even Nipper's alibi for where he was on the evening of the murders relied on him being an attempted container truck robbery close by Rettendon with close friend Danny Woodard. Nipper had wounded Pat Tate in the arm when he fired a shot at him trying to kill him, firing through his bathroom window as Tate was shaving. Then, whilst in hospital, at the time due to the injury in his arm, Tate had told Tucker and Rolfe that he knew it was Nipper who had taken the shot at him. Tucker stupidly supplied Tate with a gun to hide under his pillow or somewhere for self-protection if Nipper was to arrive at the hospital, meaning to complete the mission to kill Tate. This is how drug-induced paranoid that Tate, Tucker and Rolfe had started to become. A drug-sodden Three Stooges move played out again. Other unanswered questions are, what was the real reason behind Darren Nichols' unexpected and uninvited appearance at the hospital to visit the injured Pat Tate? It may be that he was a registered and paid police informer and he was trying to gain information about Tucker and Tate. Had he been asked by the police handler to try and somehow integrate himself with Tate, of which Nichols had been harassing Mick Steele to try and arrange an introduction? Did Tony Tucker supply Tate with a firearm whilst in hospital on the grounds he might be in further danger from Nipper? Did Tucker set up Tate so that he would break his parole conditions and be returned to jail and give Tucker a bit of respite from Pat Tate for a while? The trio of drug dealers was well known by the Essex police and was under surveillance at the time. At one point, Tucker and Rolfe had gone to Nipper's home in the evening time and were lurking around Nipper's flat's rear garden. As he challenged them, he fired a blast of an old shotgun that he had, causing Tucker to dive to the floor, whimpering at the thought of severe retaliation. His so-called hard-man, erotic stance and invincible demeanour that Tucker had portrayed had abandoned him. Then he jumped to his feet and fled in terror like a rat up a drainpipe. as Nipper fired another 2 rounds at the fleeing Tucker and Rolfe, luckily for them not hitting either of them. This incident led to Nipper initially being arrested and threatened with serious charges. The police had agreed not to press all of the charges against Nipper if he were to make a statement to them. They were hoping to get some valuable and useful information from Nipper regarding the murders. He agreed with the police that he would make a full and honest statement as to what Nipper might know about the murders, not necessarily what the police might have thought that he knew of the murders. It had turned out that Nipper had nothing to say concerning anything to do with the Rettendon murders, even though he made no bones about stating that there were plenty of people who were glad to hear about them being dead. It was even suggested by many that the police were responsible for the murders as payback on behalf of Leah Betts' father Paul, and that there may well have been some police that would have been prepared to commit such an act. And there well may have been many that would have condoned the murders, but they were nowhere as aggrieved as other more offended members of society. The conspiracy theorists insist that Paul Betts was a senior police officer and was well versed in the use of firearms, and he was an avid shooter. Plus, he had police associates ready to kill on his behalf. There is also a declaration in Tiberius' report on police corruption. A well-known villain and professional killer had volunteered to act on behalf of the police and kill the trio. Then there was widespread talk and rumour on the streets concerning the possible involvement of well-known crime families, such as the Adams family, the Hunt family, the Bowers family, the Blundell family, and others. All heavy-duty players and others named in the police corruption report Tiberius and others. Corruption seemed to be endemic throughout the Metropolitan Police Force and other regional forces. It was as deemed as to be so ingrained and far-reaching that a feared criminal family had placed a £1 million contract killing on 3 honest, loyal and sincere high-ranking detectives. The detectives being Detective Inspector David McKelvey and 2 of his assistants. David McKelvey was known to be a hands-on, first-through-the-door arresting officer, one who led by example. He had received over 60 commendations. He had fallen victim of some very heavy and serious criminals due to his tendencies and thorough planning and actions in police raids. A story was circulated throughout police ranks that there was a police officer referred to as Dirty Dave who was in league with known heavy criminals. This rumour led to suspicions and accusations that David McKelvey was the Dirty Dave in question, which amounted to so many accusations and speculation which was made against David McKelvey that he resigned in disgust from the police force. Knowing that the level and depth of corruption prevailing throughout the police forces was far too unacceptable for him, therefore sacrificing a job that he loved and believed in once upon a time. Another innocent victim thrown under the bus, because he was in the way of what should have been an interrupted major flow of stolen goods, plus too dodgy persistent in his investigations. Incidentally, David McKelvey was one of the officers involved in the arrest of Darren Nichols. Plus, he has stated openly and publicly that he does not agree with the verdict handed down on Steele and Worms. He has recently posted on social media. It reads as follows. The cell site information proves that it is highly unlikely that Michael Steele was in Workhouse Lane at the time of the murders. It actually corroborates his alibi. Michael Steele was a cunning career criminal. Why would he use a man he knew was a police informant to drive on a triple murder? Why would he use a £50 scrapper of a car that regularly broke down as a getaway vehicle? Why did he not have a sound alibi for the time he was allegedly killing Pat, Tony and Craig? The number of inconsistencies in this case and the manipulation of evidence is outstanding. Our team of highly experienced senior investigating officers are daily trawling through the evidence, all hard-nosed career detectives. We cannot believe the incompetence of the police involved. Murder squad officers having affairs with primary witnesses, a blinkered approach to the evidence, the protected witness having days out with the media, evidence being manipulated, vital material being withheld and hidden from the defence, murder team members getting convicted or sacked for dishonesty or misconduct, and so the list goes on. It is clear that from very early on they decided Michael Steele was involved and guilty, and as a result ignored everything else to the contrary. It is quite incredible. The telephone material that now exists proves that neither Michael Steele or Jack Worms were at the scene. It also proves highly unlikely that Tony, Pat or Craig were in Workhouse Lane at the time the police and Nichols says the murders occurred. The timeline corroborated that. If they were not executed at the time and in the manner according to Nichols' account, then his evidence is false. I doubt that those actually involved will ever be brought to justice, but hopefully the truth will emerge, and this miscarriage of justice will see the release of 2 innocent men of the murder. Nipper Ellis did own up to his actions regarding the Tucker and Tate incidents, but the deal had been done and dusted. Nipper knew that he had immunity from any prosecution of charges relating to the matters that he would own up to. Nipper had kept his part of the deal, therefore he was not charged and arraigned for what he had admitted to, and never at any point did he mention the existence of Mr. X. A very significant fact, that is, Tate had insulted Billy Blundell by arrogantly disrespecting him regarding Billy's efforts to help resolve matters. It did appear that Tucker had contemporaneously ignored the invitation of a friendly sit-down with Billy to try to help sort out problems. So much so that it was being viewed as the ultimate insult by many, and being offed, for it would come as no surprise. But when advised by Billy Blundell they did not have to kill Tate, the killer could just shoot him, or both of them, Tate and Tucker, in the groin, therefore leaving them alive and still responsible for any monies owed to Mr. X, which he could then collect. The killer was infuriated at the suggestion and had responded that he would not do that. Money owed him appeared to mean nothing to him. He said that he could soon replace the owed money, but he could not abide Tucker and Tate any longer, as the Blundell's family pride and reputation were on the line, and he fully intended to kill them both to preserve the family's standing, including their sycophant wannabe gopher, Rolf, if need be, or anyone else that may be present with them at the time. Did Billy Blundell sense any sort of deeper reasoning for Mr. X wanting to kill Tate and Tucker? He did seem to be personally somehow overly bothered with the continued existence of Tate and Tucker. Was there more a personal reason? Billy Blundell has never commented publicly on the possibility. There was never any need for a second shooter, as there was indeed only one shotgun used in the attack. Whether it had to be reloaded mattered not. It was planned to be an act of extreme prejudice and malice, but not overly rushed when executed, a terrifying experience for anyone to have witnessed. And as an example to others who thought they were beyond punishable retribution, with obvious clarity. Again, did Nichols drive a different hitman rather than Worms to the scene? In his evidence, Nichols said that talk or conversation was minimal on the way to the ambush scene. Was this because Nichols was previously told not to ask any questions concerning the activity and not to inquire as to the killer's identity? Even if he already knew the killer's identity or suspected it, or the people who condoned his intentions to take care of the matter, merely to drive and wait, then to take 2 men away from the scene, supposedly including Mick Steele after the slayings. Was the real shooter the one who tried to fit the false number plates to the VW, only to find that they could not fit the fake plates because of the wet weather? This fact was something that Jack Worms was aware of, and therefore would not have bothered trying in the first place. Was Jack Worms merely attending a broken down car owned by Nichols at the time in the Basildon area on the request for help by Steele to try to keep Jack out of the frame? Was Jack Worms' telephone call to Nichols as innocent as he says it was, simply to let him know that Jack had fixed the car and it was ready to pick up? Was Nichols' story about driving into the country laneway initially to turn around and drop off Jack Worms, plus to have returned to pick up Jack and Mick, a load of rubbish? There was no distinct footprints or tracks found leading down the laneway leading to the locked gate. Did Nichols actually drive the killer to an accessible entry to the trail running adjacent to the ambush track, so as not to leave any distinguishable tyre prints or individual footprints or even oil droppings from the VW car that had a significant oil leak bound to leave traces? Footprints, cigarette ends, chocolate wrappers, who knows what, in or on the actual ambush track. The high bushy laneway area next to and closely adjacent to the ambush track was overlooked or discounted by the police as a possible avenue for forensic investigation. There were many footprints found at the gated scene, but most had been attributed to different groups of shooters that had visited the area on a regular basis for shooting purposes. Then there were the footprints left by the farmers, who have said to have originally discovered the bodies of the dead men. Later, untold police investigators and photographers stomping all over the place. The whole crime scene had been disturbed and contaminated. The only useful factual evidence left on hand were several spent shotgun cartridge shells. There were also no distinct footprints or distinguishable so-called new Wellington boot footprints worn by Steele and Worms, as professed by Nichols so vividly, left leading from the Range Rover and back up the ambush track to where Nichols professed to have been waiting and picked up Steele and Worms, but leaving no tyre tracks or oil leak spills to indicate that a vehicle had been present. Again, did they leave the area via a small maze of tracks and rat runs that lead around the farms and fields leading back to close to the town? Even the most novice of criminals knows to check for alternative routes of escape from a crime scene. Alternative escape routes were never considered or investigated by the police. Was Nichols' story about leaving the scene and waiting elsewhere a load of rubbish also? Was he there, only metres from the ambush, waiting in the dark, merely to witness firsthand the killings, and not far from the parked VW in the adjacent thickly bush-lined track, watching or listening to the proceedings? Close enough for him to have witnessed some of the shotgun fire flashes and witnessing McSteele and the shooter haul a lumber tucker slowly and difficultly back into the Range Rover, which might explain the blood that Nichols said he witnessed on McSteele's gloves when he entered the VW for the escape. Did he not mention blood seen on Jack Worm's hands or gloves, and blood or tissue splashes on Jack Worm's jacket? How could he? Especially if Jack was not there, as there would have had to have been if Jack Worms had been the man standing outside the Range Rover firing, and he'd been standing close enough to Pat Tate when he's supposed to have blasted Tate in the top rear of his head or huddled against the back door of the car, naturally exploding and disappearing some of the contents of Tate's head in the direction of the shooter's upper body like a mist, or a spray of blood and biological tissue or material in the process and onto the shooter. Did the actual shootings take place in a cold, calculated and deeply personal and spiteful manner, and not a half-assed, rushed and panicked in a clumsy, amateurish way? Right from the offset, Nichols admitted that he'd never had the bottle to actually kill anybody. He could assist in a murder, but only as an accomplice and not the actual killer. Old Nichols could certainly condone the murders of others, but he could not personally commit the act. In truth, neither could McSteele nor Jack Worms. Nothing in their psychiatric assessments point or indicate that would have a psychopathic personality. Nothing that would appear in the psychological makeup of a sadistic, vengeful, spiteful and determined killer, as assumed the shooter was by many. Nichols was fully aware of what the legal ramifications of being part of a conspiracy to murder were. He knew that he would be just as guilty as any other accused of his role in the murder via conspiracy, as it takes two or more persons to constitute a conspiracy. Plus, he would have had to be informed or reminded of this fact specifically by Steele, that Nichols would be as guilty as Steele. So his involvement was as a willing conspirator. Therefore, he would have been reminded to keep this fact in mind should he ever speak of the murders, even if the threat of being offed by the real killer or other interested parties did not deter him. After the murders, Nichols tried to distance himself from Steele and Worms but Darren Nichols always had it in his mind to deliberately try and distance himself from any responsibility in the killings by placing it squarely upon the shoulders of Steele and Wombs when first questioned by the police, and denying any prior knowledge of what was planned by Steele and Wombs. He professed and was allowed to plead that he'd been duped into being a driver one evening by Steele and Wombs to take them to a drug meeting, no more. A cockamamie yarn was told by Nichols of a supposed drug hijack concerning a light plane and a reported 4 kilograms of cocaine. They had coincidentally obtained a machine gun from a criminal friend of theirs, but this was purely to add dramatics to his tale. He spoke of Mick Steele, who was a licensed pilot and was supposed to fly some people in a secluded field in the Basildon area, carrying a massive stash of cocaine. Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, who was a mere assistant, as being Tucker and Tate's driver and gopher, but he was still going to receive a large drink for his cooperation. This is why he was aware of what was to happen and was to take place at the scene. What has to be kept in mind is that in reality, it would take a considerable amount of side lighting to make a landing track for any light plane to use. It would need to be transported to a supposed landing field. What is the likelihood of the trio having in their possession such a bulky and noticeable mound of such equipment? Or could they arrange to borrow such equipment that would be necessary? The chances in either case are minimal. Plus, the unmistakable fact being, how on earth would Mick Steele explain that they had been hijacked and robbed, without him being left on the floor dead with the consignment handlers? It is doubtful indeed this fantasy of Nichols was ever on the cards. Once again, Nichols has just been fanciful and imaginative, but may have been persuaded the people responsible for writing the screenplay for the movie to suck it up, as it made for a good plot and dramatic viewing. Nichols had declared that he'd been coached heavily by the police on what evidence he was to give in the upcoming trial, especially concerning times, as they wanted Nichols' evidence coincided with timed telephone calls made by or received by Steele and Wombs on the eve of the murders. He even made mention of the number of times that the police had pointed out glaring differences and contradictions in his various statements, and he would then rectify them with answers to better suit his evidence. The police were said to be highly sceptical of Nichols' denial of being a knowing, willing accessory in the murders, but to secure a conviction against Steele and Wombs, they were prepared to play along with Nichols, conveniently giving him the benefit of the doubt, as they had no other collaborating or forensic evidence to rely on against Steele and Wombs in the prosecution of their case. When the Range Rover had finally arrived at the gated location, Rolfe had stopped the vehicle quite short of the locked gate, as he did not know which way it opened, inwards or outwards towards the car. So he left the room so he did not have to reverse if the gate opened towards him. He kept his foot on the brake the whole time. Moments only had passed when Mick Steele was said to have opened the rear passenger door and alighted from the vehicle, plus telling those inside to stay in the warm, as he would unlock the gate to allow them entry into the field that they would be operating in, at the same time conducting their perceived planned Motso drug transaction. Here, they were supposed to wait until the arrival of the cocaine shipment plane. Steele specifically left the rear door open as he walked past the seated Rolfe at the wheel of the vehicle, so as the occupants could keep him in their vision. Tate had moved into a more central position of the rear seat, so he could view the goings-on outside with Steele, plus with him leaning slightly through the gap between the passenger and the driver's seat, with his hands on the rear of the front seats close to the headrests. It took Steele a few moments to reach the locked fence, wearing a pair of gloves in the process, and to move as if to unlock the padlock. At the same time, this action gained the full attention of the trio inside the vehicle. The shooter, said to be Jack Wombs, was hiding in wait and had made his way closer to the car and stood at the open rear door of the Range Rover at an angle so as Tate could not see him in his peripheral vision at this stage. And then he fired a single barrel blast of his shotgun directly through part of the driver's headrest and into Rolfe's head at the rear right hand side, immobilising him instantly. And then it is said that Jack Wombs then murdered both Tucker and Tate in that order. Now let us consider a more centralised and focused analysis of the facts that are known and deemed to be correct. That is allowing for and accepting that there is in existence a British national criminal organisation that is referred to as the Untouchables, a ruthless and all-powerful combination of corrupt officers in various government, police, military and criminal circles, departments and organisations that cannot be dismantled, similar in a sense as the American CIA. As when taken into consideration a statement made by an Australian former serving police commissioner, John Avery, when he declared and stressed that unfortunately any police force does not run on clean hands alone when faced with police department accusations of corruption. What was the real motive behind the Rettendon murders, and who was the actual shooter? The following explanation regarding the killings is for you, the listener, to consider, and maybe to imagine, if you will, that you're a member of a jury that is sitting hearing the case with the following arguments and suggestions put forward, keeping in mind that doubt is doubt and it cannot permit or condone the returning of a guilty verdict. The following explanation put to you is taken from the belief that Jack Worms was not the shooter or one of the shooters in the Rettendon murders, as there is no direct evidence to indicate that he ever was, either physical or forensic as in DNA, only a record of a phone call that he'd made to Darren Nichols, but not revealing the contents of the phone call. There may have well been a phone call from Jack Worms' phone, but once again the contents could not be revealed. It may very well be a case of Nichols revealing Jack Worms' call to inform Nichols that his broken down car had been repaired and was ready for pickup, but purely on the word of an extremely questionable police informer professing to be the key witness to the murders to save off any conviction in a serious criminal offence that he may be accused of that may lead to a very lengthy prison sentence. You have been expected to accept the prosecution evidence that the professed or suggested content of the phone calls was to imply knowledge and involvement in the murders on Jack Worms' behalf. It is made clear to the jury just what sort of character that Darren Nichols is. The judge informs the jury that Nichols does have a personal motive to give evidence in this case that may be of value or benefit to him, this falling short of saying that he may have been promised immunity from prosecution and inducements for him to give evidence in this case. Now please have the patience and open mindedness to consider the following explanation as to the motive and drive behind the killings of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. As if presented by an astute and tenacious defence counsel during this theoretical presentation, whose overall explanation is as follows. At a time of public outcry regarding the death of teenager Leah Betts, there was an awful lot of pressure brought to bear concerning specific individuals who could be considered somewhat to be connected to the drug-induced death of the teenager. One such person will be referred to throughout as Mr. X, a man who is known to be an intelligent person, individually very wealthy and a criminal venture financier. A known dangerous criminal and being extremely vindictive and unforgiving to the point of murder. His real name cannot be divulged. This omission is to offset any legal proceedings for perceived defamation or slander, as this person is still alive today. He remains connected, protected and dangerous. He is most certainly not a fictional character. Mr. X was undoubtedly known as a significant player and financier in the local crime scene in Essex. Not only is he a well-known villain, but is reported to be a close family relative, or at least a trusted close friend, by the Blundell brothers Billy and Eddie. Keeping in mind that there are numerous members of the Blundell clan with different surnames, but housed under one roof, housed under the Blundell name. He was already versed and personally experienced when it came to murder, and was well acquainted with the trio of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. He had conducted business with them on various occasions, but not all to Mr. X's satisfaction. Although there was a time before Pat Tate had spun out through the massive intake of drugs that he was consuming continuously and his paranoid panic, Tate had always had a sound reputation of paying back loans he had taken from various criminal financiers, Billy and Eddie Blundell and Mr. X to name two, including their loans to Tate for the disastrous marijuana deal that went wrong. It had come to the stage that Tate had gotten into such a mental state that he threw all caution to the wind, declaring that no one was going to get paid back. This crazy decision had bothered Tony Tucker, as it was commonly known that whatever Tate was involved in, that Tucker would be required. So when Tate had borrowed drug finance money, it would be assumed that Tucker was responsible for half of it. Therefore, any retribution taken against Tate would automatically be taken against Tucker. It had been said that Tony Tucker blanked Billy Blundell as far as joining him in a friendly sit-down through arrogance, contempt and disrespect, but in reality it was because he was terrified of the possible consequences that could be waiting for both Tate and himself for failing to come good with the paying back of the loans and the interest accrued on them that Tate had arranged for the messed up drug shipment. He may well have been wary of Billy and Eddie Blundell, still he was terrified of Mr. X and his well-known penchant for exploding into a murderous rage at any given moment, and who well may be present at the sit-down. This issue had been a factor in the sour relationship between Tucker and Tate. Just prior to the murders, it was reported that Tucker had started to act a little bit different in his otherwise unshakable self-opinion that he was a dominant Mr. Somebody. Did Tucker want to stay out of the usual limelight and spend more time at home with his moody attitude and seemingly annoyed at Tate for some reason, as told by Tucker's partner later? When the incident leading to Leah Betts' death occurred, there was an initial rumour that it was Mr. X's supply of ecstasy that he was providing locally to the regular drug dealers that was the source responsible for the teenager's death. This news had infuriated Mr. X, as he was aware that it was not one of his bulk drugs buying recipients that had handed the ecstasy to Leah Betts, but a runner of Tucker and Tate's. As Mr. X was a semi-regular visitor to Raquel's nightclub under the supposed guise of being an innocent party-goer. He was at the time a young enough man so not as to look out of place in a trendy young nightclub. He was probably mistaken as to be one of the owners keeping an eye on the venue. Mr. X had already deduced the ecstasy that Leah Betts ingested had been sourced from or supplied by Tucker and Tate, who was known to be shabby, threatening, treacherous and uncaring in their dealings. It was not until the news broke regarding Leah Betts' condition that Mr. X was approached by one of his regular contacts who had required financing for their criminal endeavours. As they revealed to Mr. X that a young drug runner of his had informed him that he had recalled seeing Leah Betts on the day of her birthday out on the streets, and it was in his discussion with her as to the availability of ecstasy. It was at this point that a known runner of Tucker and Tate, well known to Mr. X's young runner, had hijacked the conversation and had persuaded Leah Betts to purchase the ecstasy that he had been selling at a discounted price to Mr. X's runner. They were confirming to Mr. X that it was Tucker and Tate's ecstasy that was responsible for Leah Betts' condition. The tab from the batch of ecstasy that Leah Betts had consumed was said to be an awfully lot stronger than the ecstasy that was usually available. It was of relatively pure quality. Tucker and Tate were well aware of this warning by their initial supplier, but had chosen to ignore it or any consequence that it may bring for their unexpected consumer. Money alone was their concern, not anyone else's health or safety. It had been so strong that Leah Betts had consumed an incredible 11 pints of water while dancing rapturously to the music, believing she was okay, as she was remembering to drink plenty of water so to keep hydrated while sweating away. However, this was a common misconception on behalf of ecstasy consumers. She was not visiting the toilet to dispose of the excess water, and therefore her liver and her kidneys started to fail and would not process the water into the effects of the over intake of water caused by the first, but she did not recognise the excessive hyperhydrogenation that she was suffering from, plus the chemical changes taking place within her body. The overload of water had started to swell her brain before eventually collapsing her. What was to unfold then was the initial plan for a personally justified act of retribution administered upon Tucker and Tate on Mr. X's behalf. That would be via a plan formulated by Mr. X, and then affirmative action regarding that plan would take place and be administrated personally by Mr. X. His mantra was, if you're going to kill somebody, do not tell them. He was not about to murder the trio on behalf of Leah Betts. It was purely on the grounds of unacceptable arrogance and disrespect, plus money owed. At least that was the excuse that was given by Mr. X to those in the know. Mr. X was not having any of this. There were unwritten rules to obey. The unconcerned and the callous attitude being shown by Tucker and Tate as to any other human being indeed vexed Mr. X, along with the fact that Mr. X was very well connected and did not want any sort of association of involvement made against him or any close associates of his who were regarded as reliable, careful and accountable villains. Plus there was a possibility, but unknown and unintended personal involvement of Mr. X in the suspected murder of a young drug runner who was operating on behalf of Tucker after they accused him of ripping them off regarding their drug profits. Mr. X had inadvertently given Tate a loan to buy some drugs that were eventually to make up the concoction that eventually led to a young man's death via Tucker and Rolfe. At the same time, Pat Tate was languishing in prison for a time for breaking the rules of his parole, who had administrated the young man with a fatal concoction of drugs they then injected him with, not once but on 2 occasions during the assault on the young fellow. They were then laughing at the deceased young man's death by giggling as if it was a random joke before dumping the young man's lifeless body in a local ditch. This matter, Mr. X certainly did not want to be implicated in any way. He also despised Pat Tate personally at this stage. He regarded him as a drastic waster and is what many have come to see him as. An extremely treacherous, volatile, belligerent, disrespectful oath, and was insistent on using extreme, gratuitous violence, not to mention Tate's rough and cowardly violent treatment of women. Mr. X was certainly not alone in this thinking. It was odd considering that Tate and Tucker had both been responsible, well-behaved and respectable schoolboys. It can be said that they were average students and showed little sign at the time of turning into what they had become. Drug-soaked and haphazardly trying to live life as if it were a Hollywood gangster movie, with them playing imaginary movie roles such as characters in Scarface and such like. They were at a stage of delusion, imagined grandeur, a loss of rational thinking and actions, and more. Yes, suffering delusions of grandeur and power, with carefree abandonment. Another person who would describe both Tucker and Tate as being on the nose was the now deceased Danny Woolard, a feared and respected stand-up and respected villain of the old school, who was disgusted at the behaviour and goings-on of the drug-dealing trio, and who was a very close associate of the Blundell brothers. Danny had no respect at all for the trio of drug dealers. His opinions were well known, and it is suggested that should he have ever been asked to become involved in the murders, that he may very well have considered it. There was an incident when Tucker and Tate tried to muscle in and intimidate some local hydroponic marijuana growers for a share of their crop. But after finding out that Danny Woolard was involved in it as a financier, they shit themselves and swallowed it when confronted by Danny over the matter, as they knew full well of Danny's violent reputation. Danny Woolard also stuck like shit to a blanket when defending his close mate Steve Nipper Ellis when questioned over possible involvement in the murders, and admitting to have been with Nipper on the night of the murders trying to steal a truck container. Plus, Danny Woolard being another candidate put forward by some, supposedly to have been with Nipper's father on the ambush and the shootings. Danny always rejected this suggestion, but he did condone the murders. Tony Tucker ran a successful and very profitable security business. Tucker supplied door attendants to nightclubs and venues. He also provided personal bodyguards for celebrities or the wealthy Middle Eastern visiting businessmen. Tucker himself had latched onto a young ex-soldier and a promising champion boxer at the time by the name of Nigel Benn. He travelled everywhere with Ben for his fights and just loved revelling in the vibe of being a supposed hard case. Tucker and the head doorman of Raquel's formed a partnership where the head doorman would look after the door with some of Tucker's men. He and the other head doorman would know who to let into the club to supply the punters with drugs. The flavour of the time was predominantly ecstasy. Several different runners were allowed into the club to supply and sell drugs to the many clambering clubbers. Tony Tucker's runners were on the list of the acceptable. Also, a guy named Mark Murray was one, as was Mr. X. Although drugs were not by any means the stable diet of Mr. X's business, they were a lucrative sideline for him. There is no doubt that the other doormen got their little cut for managing the door, but letting favoured drug runners enter as the kickback went towards the top-up of their regular wages that they received from the club manager. But not necessarily for allowing drugs into the club, but keeping trouble out of it, as it was well known that if you manage the door, that you control the drugs. All them little kickbacks were a direct result of somebody buying drugs while in the club. There was an untold amount of aggrieved individuals who appeared to be lining up to take action against Tucker and Tate for their continuing unacceptable mode of modus operandi, such as arranging drug deals only to rip off the supplier and not repaying debts or loans for commercial drug dealing purchases, plus treating everybody under the sun with disdain and contempt, slapping around club punters or small-time drug dealers and taking their minor amounts of drugs offered them that they had on them, and then consuming the drugs that they had taken from the individual, then refusing to pay them for the drugs that the pair had consumed. Plus, with Tucker and Rolf being suspected of a young man's unnecessary murder. But there was one particular individual that was not going to stand by and ignore this vile and destructive problem of the drug-saturated trio. Mr. X was deep in planning and having in mind one primary reason alone to want to kill Tucker and Tate and their sycophant and wannabe Craig Rolfe if need be, who, although being viewed as just a lackey, he was contempt in murder of a young drug runner, Kevin Whitaker, by helping to hold down the young man so he would not struggle and try to escape. And he had laughed and giggled along with a maniacal Tucker as though it was a hilarious joke. But Kevin Whitaker died, as some forgiving or pitying people may feel as to the sadness of having such a minor player in their saga killed. But then again, not forgetting that Craig Rolfe was adept at using and excited by violence. Mr. X's apparent sole intention was to ensure the perversion of personal pride, honour, respect and loyalty felt on Mr. X's part, and that of his associates. Tucker and Tate had offended all of these values, especially when the despicable news of Tucker and Tate disrespecting Billy Blundell to adhere to his warnings of imminent danger encircling them both. Was this the straw that broke the camel's back as far as Mr. X was concerned? And it had cemented Mr. X's resolve and intentions as to taking what he regarded as a superficially justified retaliatory action against Tucker and Tate. What had come to pass was the unexpected and unforgivable behaviour that Pat Tate had shown to a very close, extremely trusted, prized girlfriend, and in Mr. X's mind, his personal property. She was from a wealthy family with no ties to crime or criminals. She was noticeably younger than Mr. X, a little naive, but in love with an older man who treated her like a princess. They shared a bolt hole for their relationship in a very cosy bungalow owned by Miss X. To the neighbours, they appeared to be a normal, happy couple, with Mr. X appearing to be a reputable businessman who would spend periods of time away from the home. Miss X would run her very own little business and play mummy and yummy. Very few people knew of its location, but Pat Tate was one. He had visited on a number of occasions to pick up loan money from Mr. X. She was not fully aware of Mr. X's criminal background or connections, but she did know that he possessed a chillingly cold, unyielding side and a hard to control temper. He also had no tolerance for children, insisting that Miss X stay in control of the birth control method in their relationship. Their relationship was akin to a similar relationship known concerning the late notorious London hardman and popular actor John Biffo Biden and Victoria Hodge, his royal family related girlfriend. Miss X had confided in Mr. X that she'd unexpectedly run into Pat Tate whilst heading to a hairdresser's appointment late one afternoon when he was out of his mind on alcohol and drugs. He'd been slurring his words and slobbering like a boxer dog. He was barely coherent and blatantly put the hard word for sex on Mr. X's well-respected and prized lady. And then he started laughing uproariously as he bragged that he was a much better lover than Mr. X, and better looking, which in truth would be agreed on by many. There is no doubt that Pat Tate was a fit, good-looking guy, but the most offensive part of Pat Tate's verbal slight against Mr. X was when he had said laughingly while swaying in a derogative manner, "I mean, your mush isn't what you call well hung, is he? I've seen him in the prison bathhouse many a time, and I've held bigger maggots in my hand while fishing." The young lady in question had simply fobbed off Pat Tate politely and carried on with her journey to the hairdressers. It was only during their private time that she recanted the incident to Mr. X, although his reaction and demeanour did not change when informed of the event and the slight against him made. Yet, internally, he was like a volcano about to erupt and explode, causing devastation. His egotistical, vain and narcissistic personality had been questioned and insulted. Jealousy, old jealousy. Plain old jealousy was at the root and became the catalyst in Mr. X's mind for the murder of Pat Tate. Mr. X would never confide in anyone what his real feelings and intentions were concerning Pat Tate. He had asked his prized lady friend not to repeat the story to anybody. This matter was to be kept a secret, kept for 25 years before being disclosed under the late palliative care conditions of Miss X, who had long estranged from Mr. X. She had then married and emigrated to a better climate and then returned to the UK, saying that if she'd ever spoken of the Pat Tate incident to anyone before, that Mr. X would have killed her, as she was made aware of his ability to injure, maim or kill purposely at will. Plus, at one stage after the murders, Mr. X had said flippantly and in a sadistic manner to her while watching a TV news report on the murders. At the same time, he was preparing an evening meal for them both when he said, in a typical self-adorating and goating mood, saying braggeringly, with a confident air of pride, plus with a smile on his face like a fox chewing guts, "Yes, I am known to make rather good hamburgers, dear," chilling her to the bone, as Miss X knew in her heart as to what Mr. X was referring. She had remembered that it was like a cold steel blade entering her heart. She'd always carried a sense of guilt relating to the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. It had always bothered her greatly that she'd informed Mr. X about the incident with Pat Tate in the first place, but Mr. X had extracted the retelling of this incident in his usual insisting way and insisted that Miss X divulge the dialogue involved in a very specific and minuscule detailed manner, employing his habit of smiling a thin-lit smile that did not show his teeth while doing so, and which could be interpreted as a smearing smirk. Then followed the gruesome murders. She knew nothing about other grave threats and intentions made and expressed by various criminal personalities regarding the trio, but she felt that Pat Tate in particular might have been the prime target in the murders. Did Mr. X approach Billy Blundell and ask him to source a firearm for him? When questioned as to what he wanted it for, did Mr. X disclose to Billy Blundell that he intended to kill Pat Tate and his offsider Tucker? Upon hearing this, did Billy Blundell advise his visitor that he did not have to kill Tate and Tucker, but suggested that he might use a handgun shot in the groin instead, therefore still leaving them alive and responsible for any monies owed by them to Mr. X, which could be retrievable, with Mr. X then telling Billy Blundell that some things were far more important than money. Mr. X declined the suggestion, confirming that he intended to kill Tate and Tucker if he happened to be with him, dramatically, and declared to Billy Blundell that the required firearm would have to be an awful lot more powerful and devastating than a little Saturday night special. He professed that he wanted to make their heads resemble a pizza when he'd finished with them. Did Billy Blundell suggest that his visitor hang off a while before taking any personal action against Tucker and Tate, as diverse interests would condone and be prepared to organise their killings? May some plans have already been in effect? Did Mr. X object and tell Billy Blundell that he, Mr. X, would be taking care of this matter in his way and style? Did Billy Blundell sense the personal determination of Mr. X to kill Tate and was not going to be left up to others? Billy Blundell had rarely witnessed Mr. X being so viciously angry, but then again, he had seen him being so at times. Plus, Mr. X had reminded Billy Blundell that we only ever do two things in life, that is thinking and doing, and thinking is not doing, while trying to disguise an overwhelming urge for revenge. Ironically, did Mick Steele arrange through contacts to approach Billy Blundell within a short period to that of Billy Blundell's friend's visit? Was Mick Steele seeking advice or maybe help with his general concern and fear that Pat Tate was going to kill him at some stage, as Tate was increasingly standing over Mick Steele? Mick Steele was at this time in his 50s and not as fit as he might once have been, therefore not feeling confident enough that he could take on the much younger, fitter, more powerful, stronger, steroid-using gym freak such as the giant Pat Tate, who, it might have been remembered, completely cannibalised on his job as a gym attendant whilst in prison, and he continued pumping iron with the addition of steroid use. Even a much younger Jack Worm's experience as a club doorman, but he was not known as a brute or a bully. Might have also had doubts about him having a take on Tate, even though Jack Worms was well acquainted with and respected by the Bowers family and could, if need be, call on them. Did Billy Blundell suggest that Mick Steele could employ the services of a professional killer, only to be told that Steele could not afford the fee to hire such an alternative? Was it suggested to Mick Steele, and not necessarily attributed to Billy Blundell, that another alternative could be open to him? That may well have been Steele to be a willing participant in a conspiracy to kill Tucker and Tate, without having to kill either or both of them personally. The killings would be committed by another person. All that Mick Steele had to do was to convincingly lure Tucker and Tate to a pre-chosen, isolated location under the pretext of a hugely profitable drug deal that Steele was supposed to be able to broker on behalf of major concerns, either to buy drugs from at an enormously discounted price or to sell their total stash of drugs to a buyer at an enormously inflated price. Either way, it was meant to fuel Tucker and Tate, increasing their level of their greed and avarice. Mr. X knew that there would be a valuable cargo aboard the Range Rover, as that was a stipulation made as part of the conspiracy's subterfuge. It would be a case of the trio being afforded credit for their participation in the promised golden transaction. It was thought that an empty bag that was in the back of the Range Rover, for whatever reason or what it may have contained at the time of the murders, had been given to Pat Tate, filled with loan money at an earlier meeting with Mr. X, like finance for a drug transaction. Was Mick Steele's suggestion and proposal acted upon by Tucker and Tate? Did they tell Steele to go ahead with the arrangements to conclude the deal, where Tucker and Tate, so convinced of the validity of the opportunity, they placed their trust in Mick Steele? They'd already booked a celebratory dinner for the expected results of the perceived transaction that they were over the moon over, with their partners for later in the mid-evening. Was this why Craig's Rolf partner would say that Rolf had mentioned that he, and both Tucker and Tate, were due to meet up with Mick Steele early in the evening of the murders, but no mention of meeting Jack Worms? Rolf appeared to his partner to be so complacent and unsuspecting regarding their intended meeting. When the plan for the killings of the targets had been finalised and all this was in place, Was McStill furiously trying to keep Jack Williams from being involved in any way or even aware of the conspiracy? McStill knew full well that Jack Williams would not agree to be involved in a murder and would want no part of it. But in the same token, did McStill convince Darren Nichols that his involvement would be imperative, as also under the same threat and danger of being murdered by Tate? That it would be extremely advantageous to Nichols to agree to be part of the conspiracy in a capacity as a driver. Nichols also knew that Jack Williams would not be part of the conspiracy in any way. It would be an unforeseeable coincidence that Jack Williams would be innocently in the close area of the murders at the time that they happened. Nichols had declared that he had had a broken down car situated in the Wheatsheaf pub car park and had asked Jack Williams if he could repair it for Nichols, which Jack Williams had agreed to do, but did not mention or stipulate precisely when he thought that he'd be able to get around to doing it. Jack Williams would have to organise to be dropped off at the pub to fix the car and inform Darren Nichols that Jack had repaired it and then taken it back to his place where Nichols could pick it up. Or, if he did arrive in his car, leaving it where it was, ready to be picked up. Now, after taking into account all the enormous publicised material that has been released concerning the Rettendon murders this past couple of decades, and all the theories, suspicions, accusations, innuendo, guesswork, hypothesising, sheer nonsense and way over the top conspiracy theories, let us try the Arthur Conan Doyle principle, where he tried to explain through his fictitious super sleuth, consulting detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes, where he would employ the power of deduction, that is. When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So let us get down to where the rubber meets the road. Is the following a more accurate account of the murders and how they were actually committed? Irrespective of where the groundbreaking lead or perceived reliable information concerning Mr. X may have come from, one has to keep in mind that although there may appear to be a wall of silence surrounding the identity of Mr. X, there are obviously people who know him, and maybe even some that are privy to his involvement in the murders. There may have even heard a first-hand account from Mr. X himself with specific details and explanation as to what happened and in what sequence things took place, but none that would ever give evidence against him or declare his real identity. Although over the last 20 years many of the older players have died, there has always been the possibility of someone leaking the true story of the killings as their way as confirmation as to the truth, purposely to a trusted confidant without reward. They thought that it would never go anywhere, or even to a big note a little, or declared with stoic pride that they were trusted enough by Mr. X, that they had gotten the story from the horse's mouth itself. As often is the case when people tell stories under the requirement that the listener could not retell the story till after the death of the story's teller, then whispers could have started to emerge, and there is no telling the reaches of their spreading, or whose ears they may have reached. You, the listener, may interpret these reports as a sort of a fly-on-the-wall reenactment account, after the real killer, Mr. X, had made and finalised all of his plans, and after doing a reconnaissance of the attended area of ambush and making a note of the various laneways, tracks and rat runs meandering around the immediate area to access the most beneficial entry and escape route, especially the fact that the Wheatsheaf pub itself was an excellent choice of entry to the bottom of Workhouse Lane because of the convenient meandering track that lay behind it and its large car park, without relying on having to make the approach from the main road into the entrance of Workhouse Lane, while the Range Rover would pick up the waiting McStill at White House Farm. And he had his instructions and any warnings already passed on to his accomplices the critical need for silence and loyalty concerning the murders, plus making it very clear to any participants that should they ever talk about or diverge the identity of Mr. X, then they would be tracked, traced by either Mr. X or another member of the organisation, the Untouchables, who he was seemingly aligned to and dealt with, irrespective of where they tried to hide, including within the police protection witness program. They could simply brag, embellish, or confess their involvement in the murders if they wished, but they would never to diverge or mention the true identity of Mr. X. The penalty would undoubtedly be death. It must be made clear that there is no evidence to support an accusation that Billy Blundell or his brother Eddie were directly involved in the conspiracy or had been the actual shooters in the murders. They may well have been general discussions with a trusted group of criminals at a regular social gathering and have theoretically talked about various methods of disposing of enemies and how multiple plans may be incorporated. No more than average criminal banter, but nothing to suggest that the Blundell brothers were part of the planning or conspiracy to kill Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. Their relative or close ally, on the other hand, Mr. X, could have learned from Billy Blundell of the approach made to him by Mick Steele and could easily have approached or had a trusted associate approach Mick Steele with a proposal that could help Steele regarding his warranted concerns over Tate. Mr. X and Mick Steele were well known to each other. It is said that Mr. X had gained access to a small private smelting business who would be prepared to smelt down for resale some of the stolen gold from the Brinksmat robbery through Mick Steele. This suspicion was never corroborated. All Mick Steele had to do was to arrange a voluntary meeting with the targets on the pretense of a guaranteed bargain drug transaction. It was said that they were in line for a deal that would be worth millions of pounds to them in cocaine. All that they had to do was come up with a big enough deposit, either in cash or in a combination of cash and drugs they were in possession of, and they would be allowed credit for the remainder of the consignment. But in their mixed up thinking, credit to them at this point simply meant no paying it back. They were sold on the opportunity. It would also give Tucker and Tate the opportunity to offload a massive stash of questionable ecstasy that they had acquired for another source other than Mr. X, bought with the money that Tucker and Tate had borrowed off Mr. X and others of his ilk. But what had not been paid back yet? There was the need to supply a driver who Mick Steele would ultimately be responsible for to pick up Mr. X at a pre-organised location, then to drive Mr. X to the ambush site and not to try and enter into any unnecessary dialogue with Mr. X or to seek to know his true identity, even if Nichols may have known it or suspected it. Merely to drive Mr. X to the location, wait, and then drive Mr. X and Mick Steele back to the Wheatsheaf car park and Mr. X's parked vehicle, where he would alight the VW carrying the shotgun he had used in the murders back in the canvas bag, along with the prize they would retrieve from the Range Rover. He would have also removed the jacket that he had worn and placed it into a sack before putting it into the car boot along with the shotgun bag, and then leave the area, plus knowing that Jack Worms had fixed Nichols' broken down car from the phone call made by Jack to Nichols. Did Mick Steele drive the repaired car of Nichols' away from the Wheatsheaf pub for him while Nichols drove away in the VW Passat? Or was it left for later because both Steele and Nichols had to have a few drinks to help to come to terms with what had happened? Mr. X was never going to entrust the shotgun to Mick Steele to dispose of, as there may have been DNA traces belonging to Mr. X left on the gun somewhere. The killer would have probably had wanted to keep the evidence safely in his possession until he could dispose of it permanently via destruction, along with every stitch of clothing that Mr. X had worn. Was this explanation what had planted the seed for Nichols to waffle on dramatically about a pair of shotgun barrels that were supposed to have been recovered from one of the guns supposedly used by Steele and Worms? A shotgun was retrieved from Mick Steele's home, but it was soon discounted as the shotgun used in the killings. More than likely, an embedded story told by Nichols regarding the supposed incident of a pair of false number plates being fitted unsuccessfully to the VW was no more than a furphy to try to verify the integrity and dramatics he chose to employ, as was the case of the supposed discarded shotgun barrels and false number plates found after the event, as with a lot of other dismissible nonsense. Now to the heart of the matter. Is this the real sequence of events that had taken place without the unnecessary distraction of sheer speculation, innuendo, guesswork, or mere suspicion being applied? Or is it deeper? On the early evening of the murders, Mr. X made his way to the Wheatsheaf pub car park, where it was agreed that he would park his car before being picked up by Nichols, or to join the driver designated to the ambush, Darren Nichols, who would be driving a VW Passat that was quickly recognised by Mr. X because of the VW's registration plate already known by Mr. X, so as he would know for sure who the driver is for the killings was to be and who would be delivering his number one accomplice in the crime, Mick Steele, to White House Farm in order to meet up with the targeted trio as Mr. X sat in his car waiting to approach Nichols and the VW. After Nichols arrived at the Wheatsheaf pub car park and parked for a short time after dropping off Mick Steele in the process to wait for Tucker, Tate and Rolfe to pick him up as arranged while waiting in the White House Farm area. Both Nichols and Mr. X had looked into the only other car in the car park that had an occupant in it, when Mr. X had then distinctly nodded his head slowly and raised his hand in a slack salute, alerting Darren Nichols to the fact that the ambush was certainly a goer and it was now on. Nichols was then joined by Mr. X, who climbed into the VW wearing a military style or police unique riot jacket, if not an authentic jacket, and wearing a pair of gloves plus carrying a large canvas bag. It was then that Mr. X instructed Nichols to make his way to the ambush location. But contrary to Nichols' account, Mr. X directed Nichols not to take the main road, but to drive down an available track close to the pub and to snake his way around the various tracks leading to the nearby chosen ambush area that Mr. X had already researched to access the best available options open to him regarding entry to and the getaway from the ambush and killing area. This is why no motorists reported any car suspiciously parked on the side of the road with someone outside of it trying to fit false number plates prior to the entry of Woodhouse Lane at the reported time of the murders, and not giving any credence to Nichols' version of events. It is sad to say, but it must be taken into consideration that although any and all witnesses to any supposed happenings or suspicious incidences that they believe they'd witnessed or interpreted, and only placed any importance to the suspicions after the police had made a call for public assistance or possible witnesses to the much publicised murders. It is not to say that they did not see what they think they saw, but they were generally mistaken in their interpretations, as they may well sincerely have wanted to help. No one witnessed the VW Passat or any other vehicle enter Workhouse Lane during the estimated time of the murders, including the Range Rover, irrespective of sightings being reported in the area involving various Range Rovers, even in suburban streets or at the Rettendon Turnpike, or a mysterious and suspect-looking white car. All reports were probably meant well, but they can safely be dismissed as being coincidental distractions only. There has been untold speculation as to the various sets of gunfire being heard throughout the evening and the night. There is no doubt that noticeable and recorded episodes of gunfire took place, but it must be kept in mind that small animal and game hunters often shoot throughout the night in small parties from say 2 to 4. As an example of common behaviour amongst hunters and shooters is that 2 or more may aim at the one target, say a fox, an extremely favourite target and a destructive pest to shoot. Then one of the hunters fires at the target and quickly followed by the other hunters shoot at the same target. Then the first shooter firing again, making the sound of 3 quick gun blasts being discharged. Now, what if the hunters had both missed the fox with their initial shots and had followed up with what may be 2 or more shots at the fleeing fox, which would have been scurrying with its belly low to the ground to make itself a harder target to hit, and causing a repeat attempt as the first by firing one after the other, another 3 blasts at the fox. This barrage of shooting can be interpreted as suspiciously close to possibly being the murder shots, but no more than common sequences of fire heard by the people living in the close vicinity of the gunfire. To the perceived hunters, they may have been shooting in the area at the time of the murders. It may not have even registered that there was homicidal activity taking place upon them hearing the actual gunfire of the killer. Therefore, they would have not paid any undue attention to it. There is nothing to suggest that the witnesses were mistaken or imagining the gunshots, but once again, they were only trying to assist meaningfully. And not to forget, or to dismiss, the realistic possibilities of illegal hunters being out, maybe spotlight hunting without permission to be on their property at the time of the murders, and did not want to admit to having been in the area. An example of this may be in a witness's statement to say that they'd seen a man initially running, then slowing down to a walking pace on the main road by the ambush scene on the night of the murders, dressed in a jacket and wearing a distinct balaclava. Was he just a normal unarmed poacher going about his business, merely with him popping into the favourite sections of his nearby properties? But there is no report of him carrying a shotgun or a rifle bag. He may have even been responsible for footprints discovered in a field overlooking the ambush area, but where Nichols had said that he'd been waiting not far from his parked car while supposedly waiting to hear from Jack Womes or Mick Steele telling Nichols when to come and pick them up after the murders. It has been suggested that Mr. X and Nichols were already in position at the ambush site when the targeted trio arrived at White House Farm to pick up the waiting Mick Steele as arranged before heading off to the supposed drug transaction location. There was no suspicion aroused to how as Mick Steele was said to be dressed, wearing a pair of overalls and what appeared to be a new set of wellies, and Steele offering the voluntary explanation that he would have to be outside of the Range Rover in order to initially meet and greet the supposed member or members of the other parties to the venture. After all, it was December, it had been snowing, and the knee-length frost-covered grass that was in existence at the time in the area would have only to serve to soak anyone's lower legs if not protected by a pair of wellies or high knee-length boots. In the meantime, and purely by coincidence, Jack Womes arrived at the pub car park intending to try to repair Darren Nichols' broken down car. Not long after the VW had pulled out and left, he had no inclination that Nichols alone, never mind an unknown person to Jack Womes, had already been there. Mr. X had already been there immediately prior to his arrival, and Jack Womes did not have a clue as to what the reason the individuals had in mind and planned. As it happened, the reason for the car being broken down was a simple one for Jack Womes to rectify, which he did, and he then either drove the car out of the pub car park or taking his car and returning to his home. But before Womes left the pub car park and before returning to the pub car park by any other member of the conspiracy, Jack Womes had made a completely innocent call to Darren Nichols' phone to inform him of the repair of his car and that he could pick it up at his own convenience. This call was attributed by the prosecution to Jack Womes supposedly and specifically to have been the signal from Jack Womes as to his supposed instructions for Nichols to pick both Womes still up from the crime scene, and purely on the grounds that the call could have been made within the supposed time frame that the murders were supposed to have occurred. Now we are arriving at the moment of truth. Are we arriving at the moment of truth? Or at least very close to it? Is this how the series of the actual killing events transpired? Concentrating not so much on the characters that are mentioned as supposedly to be present at the time, but to the actual sequence and reactions to the blasts of the loudly barking pump-action shotgun had. Once again, discount any particular individual that may so far have been mentioned or whatever position that the shooter was supposed to be in as far as hiding in the dark or arriving at the last moment for the meeting, and simply concentrate on the particularly firing order that was used. This has been deemed to be the actual sequence and not any other that has been proposed so far, based on the results of the meticulous modern day reconstructions using dummies and paying acute attention to the time taken to fire the first 5 blasts so as to incapacitate the trio and render them helpless, and then for the coup de grace to have taken place, as it has been suggested by other parties. As Mr. X and Nichols waited, hidden by a bushy hedge close by the closed farm gate at the ambush location. It was then that Mr. X, sitting next to Nichols in the VW, produced the pistol-gripped pump-action shotgun that had been specifically sourced for the murders from a reliable source. Because it had to be guaranteed to function as designed and expected within close range, stored within the canvas bag, a regular length shotgun with a full shoulder butt would be too restrictive and cumbersome for use in a confined closed space. He then proceeded to load the magazine chamber with 5 12-gauge cartridge shells. Then he took some extra rounds from the bag and placed them into his jacket pocket, as he knew they would require them to complete the killings to his satisfaction. When the Range Rover finally arrived at the location, entering Workhouse Lane, Pat Tate received a phone call from his girlfriend wanting to know where he was. He told her that he could not talk just then as he was with someone or waiting for someone. When the Range Rover had eventually come to a halt at the locked farm gate, however, Tate wasn't about to answer any calls at this time. He wanted to stay on the high he was on while he waited to commence with the meat and the deal. This was supposed to sort out all his financial troubles and put an end to his woes. He might have even considered repaying Mr. X and the Blundells for his outstanding debts. All three, Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, had been happily manic and in high spirits, and they were doing drugs, laughing and hooting while sitting waiting in anticipation of benefiting immensely from the expected transaction over the next short period of time. Pat Tate had received a voice message on his phone that he did not respond to. It was a call from his partner asking where Pat was. As it was now getting late, as they was expecting to be going to dinner shortly, and it was starting to get close to the booked dinner reservation time, Tony Tucker also had a voicemail on his phone that he did not reply to, making the same inquiry. It was in this fairly brief time, approximately about 7 p.m. to 7:30, possibly 8 o'clock, after the Range Rover had come to a halt at the locked farm gate. Mick Steele had unsuspiciously alighted from the Range Rover on the pretext of opening the closed farm gate so they could enter the field on the other side of the gate to meet the contemporaries and conduct the supposed transaction. The vehicle was still running and it had the full beam headlights on at this stage, brightly illuminating the gate that was sitting closed and locked. At this point, it has been suggested that both Mr. X and Darren Nichols were standing outside of the hidden VW, with Mr. X hidden in the dark and under covers of some bushes very close to where the Range Rover was stopped. It has been suspected that Darren Nichols was crouched a little further away from the Range Rover, but he had a clear vision and a line of sight, which allowed him to at least witness some of the shotgun fire flashes when discharged, plus witnessing both Mr. X and Mick Steele hauling the body of Tony Tucker back into a forward-facing position in the front passenger seat after receiving his final third shotgun blast to his head and being deemed as being dead. It would have made no difference at all to Nichols if he had been sitting in the VW while the murders took place, or standing outside witnessing the action, as he'd already been that involved as a willing accomplice that anything that he witnessed would not matter to Mr. X. Nichols was supposed to honour his word and loyalty and never speak of the murders for his own protection and the protection of Mick Steele. Nichols was well aware of the consequences that would befall him if he revealed the true identity of Mr. X. It has been said, as Mick Steele walked past the seated Rolfe in the Range Rover, staying within the vision of all three men sitting in the vehicle and capturing their combined attention, but purposely leaving the rear driver's side door of the Range Rover ajar. This action would allow the interior light of the Range Rover to illuminate the scene inside of the vehicle well enough for Mr. X to see all of the targets clearly and utilise the advantage, given the fact that peering out of a lit environment makes it harder to see what is outside in the dark, more than it is to see inside the illuminated area from out in the dark. Plus, the added fact that Pat Tate, while he was staring at Mick Steele making his way to the locked gate and could not see or aware of Mr. X and his position standing directly alongside the Range Rover. When Mr. X then quickly and quietly appeared at the door left ajar, and he was left unnoticed by any of the occupants, he reached into the rear offside open door of the vehicle with the barrel of the hand grip pistol shotgun allowing it just to be behind the driver's headrest, and with his left shoulder and elbow being inside of the Range Rover close to the surprised Tate. He immediately shot Craig Rolfe in the rear lower right hand side of the head and behind the right ear, immobilising him instantly and leaving blood splatter on the vehicle's interior, and Rolfe was lolling to his left hand side towards a terrified Tony Tucker, with Rolfe still holding the steering wheel and with his foot on the brake. It took Mr. X only 1.5 seconds to eject the spent shell, leaving it to come to rest on the ground close to the Range Rover on the driver's side. Mr. X then altered his angle slightly and then fired another blast in the general direction of the still shocked Pat Tate, who was sitting positioned in the middle of the rear seats of the Range Rover, with his feet slightly entrapped under the front passenger side seat and the driver's side seat. This blast of the shotgun had deeply grazed Tate's head as he tried to initially react from the unexpected attack, but this injury did not cause Tate to lose consciousness, and the bulk of the shotgun blast blew out of the noticeable portion of the rear passenger side window of the Range Rover, but not all of it. Tate was leaning in a bent position to his left and was able to raise his right arm in a gesture as if to try and shield him from another blast of the shotgun, when Mr. X again ejected the used shell that also came to rest on the ground on the driver's side of the door. Then, after taking approximately another 1.5 seconds to do so, he then adjusted the angle that he was standing at so he could specifically fire another more purposefully aimed blast at Tony Tucker, who by now had sprung to attention. Mr. X then quickly shifted his position in order to purposely reach inside of the Range Rover to point the shortened shotgun close to the stunned Tony Tucker, who by now had successfully opened the passenger side door where he was seated, not wearing his seatbelt, and he had swung his legs out of the vehicle in an attempt to flee the Range Rover and escape the attack. When Tucker then instinctively turned his head through instinct to the right, slightly in his direction of the assailant at the last moment. This allowed Mr. X, who was leaning bodily into the Range Rover, to fire a blast of the shotgun at close range into Tucker's right side of his face, immobilising him and send him into an unconscious state, if not killing him. This sent blood and tissue splattering against the Range Rover's front interior, and originally leaving Tucker's head still in a forward position, with his nose being separated from his face above his top lip and hanging in a flap away from his face. Some of his teeth had been blown out of his face. Any shot passing through Tucker's face wound would have continued through the open door space, and blood splatters were found on the front windscreen and interior of the vehicle, including a portion of the front passenger side unbroken window. Tate had come to rest leaning close to the rear passenger side door in vain and agonising effort to try and escape what he now had to face, and he was moaning and blabbering in a strained and futile attempt to ward off another blast of the shotgun and to plead no, please no. But he did not have any real chance to plead for his life, as Mr. X gave Pat Tate a short piece of his mind before blasting Tate in his right side region at approximately the area of Tate's liver, as specifically designed to do so by Mr. X. Mr. X then ejected the shell, which came to rest outside of the Range Rover, leaving 3 distinct blue-coloured huge cartridge shells laying on the ice. Mr. X then proceeded to point the shotgun even closer to the stricken Tucker by a couple of inches, and then fired a 5th blast into the upper right side of Tucker's face, just above the first, leaving flashburn marks. This caused the ejected shell to bounce off the car's headlining and land in the rear offside footwell. But again, any shot that may have passed through Tucker's head injuries would have passed through the opened side door of the Range Rover and lost, scattered amongst the nearby bush area along the side of the ambush track, an area that was not investigated to see if any shot fragments, broken flora or signs of impact could be found and used as evidence, as they considered and assumed that the passenger side door to have been closed. The ejected shell from this shot had ended up passing over the slumped head and body of Rolfe and rebounding into the driver's side door recess. This blast totally would have killed Tucker. He may have already been dead upon receiving the first shotgun blast to his head, but it was shown in Tucker's autopsy that he had inhaled some blood. But Mr. X was not satisfied as to the effect the blast may have had. Mr. X had fired the fifth blast from the shotgun that had caused Tucker's body, which had now come to rest leaning to his left-hand side, with his legs already dangling out of the opened car door to shudder slightly, now allowing the fresh warm blood that was freely flowing from Tucker's head wounds to drip into the wheel track left by the Range Rover in the mud and slurry to pool for a brief time, then to be diluted and spread down the sloping track as far as the farm gate to further pool due to the morning melting ice. Mr. X was not about to take any chances. He was determined to make sure that all of the victims were indeed dead before making his escape and getaway from the crime scene. Mr. X then made his way around to the other side of the Range Rover to where a still conscious Pat Tate was cowering, whimpering and moaning. It was then that Mr. X patiently and purposely reloaded the 5-cartridge magazine on the pump-action shotgun. He then looked into the rear passenger side of the Range Rover to where Pat Tate was positioned with his head close up against the ordinary, partially broken window, before making personal comments to Tate regarding Mr. X's total disdain for Tate, before commencing to fire a 6th shotgun blast point blank into the upper rear portion of Tate's head. In doing so, Mr. X inadvertently caused shattered glass from the ordinary broken rear passenger window, making a larger hole in the window than there already was, in the process blowing glass fragments behind Tate's ear, as was found at the autopsy. It also left a clump of bloody tissue to adhere to the bottom of the window at the top of the door panel. Then this allowed a thin strip of blood to drip down the outside of the door and around the wheel arch to then drip down into the muddy wheel track. Plus, in the process of the shooting, blood splatters and tissue were blown onto Mr. X's upper body. There simply was not enough blood flowing for Tate's final head wound to account for all of the blood found outside of the Range Rover. Most of Tate's blood had dripped to congeal on the rear seat and down onto the floor well. Mr. X ejected the used shell, which came to rest on the muddy track behind the Range Rover, later being run over and flattened possibly by the vehicle that Mr. Peter Theobald arrived in before coming to a halt behind the Range Rover. Mr. X then moved forward just slightly from his position at the rear near the side door of the Range Rover and began to examine the slumped body of Tony Tucker. He had achieved his intention of immobilising the trio with his first barrage of fire. He now simply had to apply phase 2 of his intentions, and that was to make sure beyond all possible doubt that the trio were dead. Tucker was now in a sitting position with his left-hand side propped against a stationary vehicle passenger seat, with his legs slightly sprawled and his head in a forward-leaning position from his torso. It was then that Mr. X had conveniently positioned himself above Tucker when he then positioned the shotgun, and Mr. X standing on his tiptoes to give him a little bit more room for the shotgun barrel to be just above Tucker's head. He had to reverse the normal position of his firing hand so he could use his thumb to depress the trigger and allow for the shotgun's recoil. So to fire a final blast into the back of Tucker's conveniently drooping head. He was leaving a distinct entry hole that had evidence of flash burns from the closely held shotgun, which appeared to be in a slightly upward facing position upon inspection during the autopsy. It had also caused blood and matter splashes to be on Mr. X's head and face. He then ejected the used shell, which came to rest near the rear of the Range Rover. Suppose one looks closely at the mortuary images. The one that is highlighting Tony Tucker's head when he is lying face down on the table. It is obvious that the hole in the top rear of Tucker's head had to have been inflicted while Tucker was facing to his left, as the shooter would have been behind the front passenger seat headrest in order to have shot Tucker if it had been facing forward, as in the stage position that it was found in, and having it presumed that the door had been shut. The shooter would have had to have been an incredible, unusual contortionist to have been able to shot Tucker in the back of the head if he was sitting facing forward and the door had been obstructing the ability of his body to have ended up naturally in such a position. Mr. X then made his way around to the driver's side of the vehicle and was intending to send another shotgun blast into Craig Rolfe, but he found that opening the driver's door to further examine Rolfe and being convinced that Rolfe was already dead, he wanted to shoot him again just to make sure. Mr. X stood looking at Rolfe for a moment or so. At this point, Rolfe's head injury did not appear to be that graphic apart from Rolfe's left eye stuck in an odd position, staring coldly at his right temple. Mr. X leaned into the Range Rover slightly and placed the shotgun angled slightly downwards and very close to Rolfe's face, at the lolling Rolfe's side of his head behind the ear. The bulk of the shot went downwards and fractured Rolfe's neck in the process and contained the dispersed pellets in the body, but in doing so, some of Rolfe's blood had splashed on the driver's side door and over Mr. X's upper body and then deflected off him to leave such small bloodstains etched in the snow and ice beside the offside of the Range Rover. Mr. X did not eject the used shell, he left it in the gun. After being totally convinced that all three were dead, it was at this point that Mr. X was said to have called for Mick Steele to come and join him in a position that he was occupying close to the locked gate while the attack took place, in order for Steele to assist Mr. X in manoeuvring Tucker's heavy dead body back into a front-facing position, for no other reason than to keep it from view from the air by any police helicopter search that may be in progress after a report on the missing men had been lodged with the authorities and could be implemented, no other reason. Although Mick Steele was aware of what was planned, he was still shocked and agog at the coldness, focus and determination of Mr. X. He merely responded to Mr. X's call and went slightly shaking in the process to assist him. Nichols looked on dumbfoundedly shocked at the reality of what had just taken place. Mr. X and Steele began struggling and hauling Tucker's body strenuously and slowly, leaving bruises to his upper arms just above the elbow that would show up clearly as bruising upon mortuary inspection. They placed Tucker's body back into the passenger seat, leaving him with his head facing to the right slightly. This is how it had come to rest after being bundled back into the passenger seat, where it continued to seep blood down onto the seat to pool and congeal, soaking into the material of Tucker's jeans, mainly onto his right-hand side. Not through any specific intent, they even went as far as placing his feet in a casual but comfortable looking position, with Mr. X making various sarcastic comments as he placed Tucker's feet in a position as though he had been sitting there having a peaceful doze. He had done something similar to Tucker's hands, leaving them in a position that appeared to be also one of relaxed satisfaction. Then, after placing Tucker's telephone in his lap, which had fallen to the footwall area of the Range Rover when Tucker had first jumped in alarm and had tried in vain to escape from the Range Rover. Maybe in a sort of black comedic sarcastic way, such as, "Try using that now, fatso," before closing the Range Rover's passenger side door. When Mr. X had concluded with the killings and humping Tucker's body back into position and switching off the headlights and shutting off the vehicle's ignition, then closing both offside doors, Mr. X then walked to the rear of the Range Rover and opened the hinge back door lid to retrieve a bag that had been placed there by the trio, maybe filled with cash to buy a consignment of drugs, or maybe a whole stash of drugs they were expecting to sell to someone. The targeted trio were not aimed at the time, so it was not thought that they were going to try to rip somebody off, nor did they feel in such enough danger as to carry firearms for protection, but rather they were trusting in the perceived safety of the meeting in such a secluded location. After retrieving the bag from the rear of the Range Rover, Mick Steele made mention of the used shotgun shells that lay around the Range Rover, only to be told by Mr. X that it did not matter, as they would never be traced to the gun that Mr. X had used for the murders, as the gun was destined for total destruction, as all the clothes that Mr. X had worn. Plus, Mr. X said he had made sure prior to his arrival at the ambush scene to have completely cleaned all of the shells that he brought with him, so there would be no fingerprints or DNA left on them. The whole of the pump-action shotgun had been pre-cleaned, so as to leave no trace of anything by using white spirits first, then after the treatment had been taken care of, was then wiped down with ammonia. When Mr. X had originally taken it out of the canvas bag on arrival at the crime scene, Nichols had made a comment such as, "Whoa, what's that pong? It smells like cat's piss." When Mr. X then explained what the cause of the odour was, ammonia. Plus, Mr. X's choice of gloves that he wore for the duration of the ambush and the killings, once he had approached Nichols in the VW back at the pub until Mr. X re-entered his own vehicle. The gloves were made from thin chamois leather type material, and although they may not be suited to cold winter weather, they were ideal for allowing the full use and sensitivity of the fingers for delicate or sensitive work, unlike a thicker glove, such as a pair of rigger's gloves or a regular pair of men's gloves whose index fingers may be caught up in the trigger guard of the shotgun and impede the use of the firearm. Nichols had taken notice of the distinct looking gloves after seeing Mr. X wearing them in the briefly illuminated interior of the VW Passat as they sat and prepared for the ambush. It is amazing that Nichols never incorporated them into his telling of Jack Worms being the shooter, a false and imaginary involvement on behalf of Jack Worms as told by Nichols. Mr. X made his way around to the back of the Range Rover and opened the rear door and retrieved the contents from a bag in the rear, the prize that he knew that would be in there. He stuffed the contents into his blood-splattered bulky jacket and reclosed the door. His final act was to reach into the Range Rover and switch off the vehicle's interior and headlights that had been left on while the car had come to its initial stop and was illuminating the locked gated area before closing both the driver's side door and then the driver's rear door that had been specifically left open. Then Mr. X, Steele and Nichols were supposed to have walked a short distance back to the bushy laneway before climbing back into the VW and making their escape. But as a precaution, Mr. X had instructed Nichols and Steele to wait for a few moments while he and Mick Steele, after being prompted by Mr. X, removed their blood-soaked overalls and the jackets that both had worn and stuffed them into a sack that Mr. X had in the canvas bag that he had brought the shotgun in, and then wiped any obvious blood from their hands, heads and faces with a cloth. Mr. X would have to wait until returning home or a safe house to thoroughly scrub and shower to remove any gunpowder residue that may have been on him. Then he would immediately set about the destruction of the shotgun and the bag of bloodstained clothes. The shotgun was dismembered while out of the Passat and placed into a bag and zipped up. This was in order not to leave any forensic evidence in the car, blood or gunpowder residue. Nowadays, criminals just burn the vehicles that they use in crimes. As Mick Steele had bought the Passat off Nichols, it was up to him to either totally clean or dispose of it. As it happened, the Passat was found and located after Steele had been arrested for the crime. But thorough forensic testing of the Passat was made by the police and they could find no real forensic evidence in or on it. They did, however, find traces of gunpowder residue, but it was ruled out as being the same as that found at the murder site or in the Range Rover. On the returning journey to the Wheatsheaf pub, so as Mr. X could return to his own vehicle and to leave the area, he made it very clear to Mick Steele and Darren Nichols of some of the choices that had been open to him regarding the killings, especially concerning the option that he did not have concerning the fears of being exposed as the shooter by any of the witnesses or associates in the murder, by then revealing to them that he could have easily have blasted both Steele and Nichols to death back at the murder scene and left them there with their ex-friends. But he decided against it. Therefore, they were to both keep in mind and to remember that should either of them ever reveal the true identity of Mr. X, that they certainly meet the same fate as their friends, no matter where they were or how safe or protected they may have felt. This was to instill an absolute resolve within both Steele and Nichols never in any circumstances to reveal the true identity of Mr. X or his involvement in the murders. He also reminded both Mick Steele and Darren Nichols that he had done them an enormous favour killing the trio, and it would have cost them a small fortune to have a professional killer take care of the matter for them. This sudden chilling declaration terrified both Steele and Nichols. Nichols could at least enjoy what had gone down with his assistance in the murders, as he felt as if he was finally free of Tate's threats and aggression. It had also given him the opportunity to witness the blood on Mick Steele's gloves, hands and clothes before he removed them, before getting into the Passat, which he declared to the police was while they sat in the Passat, which Nichols mentioned later in detail to the police. But as far as Jack Womes was concerned, Nichols had never made any mention of Jack Womes having any bloodstains on his hands or gloves or on person when he was supposed to have been in the VW with Steele and Womes. Why would he, if Jack Womes was not even present at the murder scene? An explanation that may give some credence to the previously unanswered questions as to the fact that Tony Tucker had mud or sludge on the soles of his boots, and how come the back of his thighs and the side of his left lower leg was soaking wet upon inspection at the mortuary when being photographed if he had not left the car. Urine could have been part of the cause of the wet patches on Tucker's pants if he'd have emptied his bladder, but the fresh mess on the soles of his boots so far has remained a mystery. Some believe that Tucker had vacated the vehicle at one stage to relieve himself, and this was offered an explanation for the dirt on his boot soles. At the same time, Tate and Rolfe had none on theirs, but oddly enough, Rolfe had a full bladder, as it was discovered at the autopsy, and it appeared that he might have been close to bursting for a piss. It was also discovered that Rolfe, although suspected of being killed instantly by the first blast to his head, and also like Tucker, he had inhaled blood into his lungs at some stage after being shot. Another small discovery that was made at the mortuary concerning Tony Tucker was an old scar on his head which indicated that it could have been made by a small axe wound. This might give some credence to the belief that Tucker had partaken in organised soccer violence alongside his great pal Carlton Leach, but that is as close as Carlton Leach got to be a major player of the Essex boys. His story and background in soccer violence is his well-known and documented story, and then for nothing to do with the Essex boys apart from his close friendship with Tony Tucker and some paid doorman's work that he'd done for Tucker, along with the occasional commissioned bashings for Tucker upon other people. Although it may have been the case of Carlton Leach, along with some other known associates of Tucker, to have been forewarned as to giving Tony Tucker a wild berth for unspecific reasons. Now, keeping in mind that irrespectively of who may have been responsible for the shootings, neither Steele nor Womes would ever give evidence against the other. It is simply not within either of their natures. Even as late as today, Jack Womes would declare that he is innocent, and if asked if he thought Mick Steele could have been involved in the murders, he would state that he had never even asked Mick if he was involved or not. It has always been a moot point for Jack Womes. But remember that Mick Steele and Jack Womes have not spent the last 20 years living in cells that are next to each other. Then there is the matter of spending time in different prisons, where they could not talk to each other, let alone plan and connive to keep up with the continuation of a tiresome to some joint denial and hope for near miraculous successful appeal, or maybe even a retrial. If one listens closely, Jack Womes never proclaims that he and Mick Steele were guilty of the murders. He specifically states he is not guilty of the murders. He leaves it up to Mick Steele to keep denying that he was guilty of the murders. One has to consider that Jack Womes has never diverted from his denial of being one of the killers. So much so that even when his dying father, Jack Sr., asked him to confide in him if Jack was guilty of shooting Tucker, Tate and Rolfe merely for his old man's peace of mind before dying, Jack Jr. had sworn to his father that he did not take part in the shootings and he was indeed innocent. And then Jack Jr. explaining to his father that he could not see the point in admitting to a crime that he had not committed, not even if it meant an early release on parole from his sentence, with it being a firm statement that can be still heard from Jack Womes today. Mick Steele does the same. He says that he is not guilty and leaves it up to Jack to continually deny any involvement, which happens to be a sort of major stipulation of the parole board to expect to hear that a prisoner found guilty of an indictable offence should show remorse. And they consider granting parole to those who do show remorse for their crimes and show signs that they're not likely to reoffend. If Jack and Mick refuse to take any responsibility, then the chances of being granted parole are very slim. Both Jack Worms and Mick Steele know of this ruling, therefore, if they persist and there is nothing they say, then they won't. Then they are really keeping themselves in prison for longer than need be. Jack Worms is now in his early 50s and could be released with some time to enjoy life the best way he can, whereas Mick Steele is over 70 years of age now, and depending on his health, he may never see the outside again. Mick Steele, if it came to him having to give evidence against Mr. X by breaking the criminal code of not informing on others, even your enemies, it would be unusual. Plus, Mick Steele was well aware of who he was in bed with, Mr. X and his heavy contacts and their multi-tentacled influences. It may have occurred to Mick Steele that it may be better for him to cop a triple life sentence if need be, rather than take a chance and become a victim of Mr. X, and would be killed even if he was banged up in a prison cell if he ever disclosed Mr. X's true identity. After the successful but brutal ambush and killings of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, Mr. X, Darren Nichols and Mick Steele made their getaway via the tracks and rat runs of the rural area back to the pub, where Mr. X then left Steele and Nichols' company and immediately climbed back into his vehicle, carrying the shotgun in the canvas bag. The sack of clothing that Mr. X and Mick Steele were supposed to have worn, plus the valuable contents that was retrieved from the Range Rover. Then, for Mr. X to leave and never make contact with Steele or Nichols again. After the successful but brutal ambush and killings of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, Mr. X, Darren Nichols and Mick Steele made their getaway via the tracks and rat runs of the rural area back to the pub, where Mr. X then left Steele and Nichols' company and immediately climbed back into his vehicle, carrying the shotgun in the canvas bag, the sack of clothing that Mr. X and Mick Steele were supposed to have worn, plus the valuable contents of the bag recovered from the Range Rover. Then, for Mr. X to leave and never make contact with Steele or Nichols again. He was leaving both Steele and Nichols with the decision to keep their mouths shut concerning the murders, or at least never revealing Mr. X's true identity, no matter how much that it may be tempting to confide in anybody else, brag or embellish the tale in any way, or offer to reveal Mr. X's true identity in exchange for immunity from any personal prosecution in the murders. To Mr. X, as far as he was concerned, any scapegoat blamed for the murders was of no concern to him, as long as his true identity remained secret in any accusations. Mr. X would let the accusations of others run their course and have their consequences. That was the name of the game, according to Mr. X. He'd called a very trusted friend very shortly after the murders to inform him out of respect that he had completed his mission. Plus, for Mr. X to have made sure that it had specifically kept the Blundell brothers from being accused of being personally involved or held accountable, even though Mr. X knew that the Blundell brothers would not fold like a piece of origami paper under questioning or scrutiny. Mr. X had proclaimed that he had intended to maintain the Blundell family pride, faith, trust, loyalty and respect amongst the known criminal fraternities. At the same time, he was harbouring his tormenting desire for vengeance. Did Billy Blundell, or someone like him, then waste no time in contacting some of the well-connected criminal acquaintances to inform them that a local Essex problem and concern for many had been taken care of, and it had been successfully resolved, without ever disclosing to them Mr. X's identity? Did this information make its way to the police arm of the Untouchables, who would then be aware that the murders had taken place and the time had been deduced from the perceived call that they might have received in the late evening, informing them that the murders had taken place? But then, the corrupt arm of the police decided not to inform the local Essex police of the news, but to leave it up to some innocent individual who would eventually stumble upon the scene initially, and not being aware that there had been 3 murders committed and the bodies of the victims left inside a stationary vehicle in a secluded enough location to inform the authorities. Plus, leaving the actual time of death impossible to establish. They were only relying on the time that was mentioned or indicated to be the time of death by the 2 interviewing detectives that questioned Mick Steele about his possible involvement with the murders, and of course the questionable phone call that was made by Jack Worms earlier in the evening of the murders to Darren Nichols that suited the prosecution case in their argument that Jack Worms was part of the conspiracy to coincide with Nichols' cockamamie story of Jack Worms being involved at all. The only fly in the ointment at the time was that it did not take Jack Worms long to suspect Mick Steele and Darren Nichols as possibly being involved in the murders as soon as the news of the murders had broken. However, he may never have confronted Steele or Nichols with his suspicions. Steele had tried his hardest not to involve his sound, reliable friend Jack Worms in the conspiracy, knowing that Jack Worms would not have agreed to be part in a callous murder, but Steele had been placed between a rock and a hard place and had been forced to carry on with his involvement in the conspiracy. Plus, Steele never at any stage admitted to Jack Worms that he or Darren Nichols was indeed a critical part of the conspiracy, and Jack Worms never pushed it. He knew that if he did, he would put his best mate in a tight spot, and he could never be accused of grassing. Did he just decide to let sleeping dogs lie? 6 months had passed since the murders, and although there was a lot of guesswork and rumours flying around concerning them, and so many individuals mentioned as possible suspects, it even going so far as to arrest Leah Betts' father Paul, a respected ex-policeman, on suspicion of the murders, possibly as retaliation for the death of his daughter. He would later be highly embarrassed by the accusations made of him by internet trolls. Rumours were abounding concerning the suspected involvement of corrupt police, and even a government or a covert military unit was circulating, and still do today. But although in fact such authorised groups may on occasion have to eliminate the odd threat to national security, the trio of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe were more of a threat to people's health, no more than cigarettes or alcohol. They could not be classified as threats to national security, plus they don't target the average shitbags, they leave that up to the police. Darren Nichols had had plenty of time to reflect on the murders in the 6 months since it had taken place. He was cocky and confident that he was not a suspect in the murders, and he was a fellow who had a massive ego and opinion of himself. He was known to specifically brag to other individuals that Nichols had been in protective custody with that he was the number one cybergrass within the witness program at the time. The attention and the infamy it was getting was blowing his kilt up. After Nichols had reassessed the murders, plus had concluded that he can construct and concoct such a believable tale as to the murders, at least by imagining and standards and by sticking as close to the original facts as possible, but with some slight variations put in place to make it appear that both Jack Worms and Mick Steele were the shooters in the murders, and made no mention of the existence of Mr. X, believing that Mr. X would not be bothered in taking action against Nichols for his betrayal as long as Mr. X's involvement or his true identity disclosed. Was this an excuse for Nichols to lay the blame of the murders squarely at the feet of both Steele and Worms? Should he be arrested for any commercially classified drug dealings that he was involved in, which eventually did happen, when faced with undoubted guilt over being caught in possession of a commercial quantity of illegal drugs after being pulled over by police in his car, who had explicitly been surveillant and followed Nichols after receiving a tip-off that he was carrying a considerable amount of drugs for a transaction. A case of grassing on a grass, and Nichols was then involuntarily watching the police opening the van he was riding shotgun in so the police could examine the contents. Nichols was working with two corrupt detectives at the time and may have thought that he could get out of his arrest with the help of his corrupt police friends. After opening the car boot to check for illegal drugs, Nichols was placed under arrest by the officers. It was at this time, after being initially questioned over a drug importation matter, that he learned he was to be charged with the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, that Nichols had decided to play what he considered to be his trump cards. He would tell the police that he could help them with their inquiries regarding the Essex boys' murders. However, Nichols' supposed story as to the events stank to high heaven. As far as his professed unknowing involvement in the murder conspiracy, and only admitting to being the unwitting driver, duped into what he professed that he genuinely believed was going to be a straightforward drug transaction and no more. Nichols was considering that the police had no other reliable leads, collaborating evidence, forensic samples or reliable information as to the murders, they begrudgingly gave Nichols the benefit of the doubt and decided to base a case against Mick Steele and Jack Worms purely on his sworn testimony in open court. The case against Steele and Worms hinged on the evidence of Darren Nichols being believed by the jury. After all, he was the only prosecution witness. Nichols was presented as a reliable and accepted eyewitness to the murders by the prosecution counsel, and their evidence would coincide with the supposed results of the investigations made by the police primary concerning the time reported as being when Jack Worms' phone call was recorded, but lacking the knowledge of his actual contents made to Darren Nichols' phone. The police and the prosecution had no other option but to allow or permit Nichols to be granted immunity from any criminal charges relating to the Rettendon murders and being laid against him in exchange for his sworn testimony in the trial of Michael Steele and Jack Worms. It appears that the original jury was satisfied with the prosecution case and the testimony of Nichols that they returned a guilty verdict against both Steele and Worms. At the same time, they knew not of the existence of Mr. X or his involvement in the murders. Another known police informer by the name of Billy Jasper, who was on remand at the time, claimed after the murders were well publicised that he was paid £5,000 for dropping off a stranger, a supposed ex-military specialist, in a laneway near the crime scene around midnight. This stranger was supposed to have travelled across several open fields to shoot Tate, Tucker and Rolfe and to rob them of a massive amount of cocaine, 4 kilograms worth of it. Jasper may have been relying on rumours about the reason for the murders that was already beginning to spread, this time which much later than the actual time of the murders. Still, Jasper was aware of the reports that some locals had heard gunfire around about midnight. His claim, however, can be discounted as being an attempt to gain immunity from the serious charge of an armed robbery from which he was being held. This is no different from the ploy that Nichols was using to gain protection from the charges. If we put the Billy Jasper version under the microscope, we see a different picture. Firstly, what experienced Special Forces member would pay an unknown person who could later recognise him? Is it reasonable that this person would give Jasper £5,000 to drive him up a narrow lane that was pockmarked with houses to a supposed planned murder location? The lane led up to a small fenced parked area next to an open field. The killer would have had to jump over the fence, then hike up to 2 miles across open land before coming to the ambush point. How would he know for sure where the trio were and precisely what time they would be there? They were not murdered around midnight, as claimed by Jasper. They had indeed been murdered before they were due to be finishing their booked dinner at the restaurant. Jasper claims that he had to wait for 2 hours for the killer. At that time of night, the locals living in the lane would have found it very suspicious if a strange car had parked up for so long in the tiny location, and it was certainly not known to be used as a lover's lane. Hearing cars come into the lane was not unusual, but it would have been rare and certainly noticeable if a strange car parked in a location for no apparent reason. Neighbours are neighbours, and they tend to notice and remember things that are odd around their homes. Jasper claimed that the passenger was carrying a shotgun and a handgun in his bag. Why would a driver need to know this? Even if gunfire was heard around midnight, it could have easily been from game shooters known to frequent the area. They may have had permission to shoot or hunt in the area, as there was a popular licensed shooting range and hunting areas around the ambush area. Some witnesses reported not hearing any gunfire much earlier in the evening. Maybe they were watching television or listening to music and therefore did not hear the sound of the gunshots as well as they might have been if they'd have heard him in bed but not yet asleep. But there are other reports that gunfire was heard in the early evening. It must be pointed out that no matter what time in the evening that these men were murdered, the sunroof on the vehicle was open. This would indicate that it had been open to allow the warm air to escape, as they'd been travelling and sitting there for a while with the motor running. Because they were waiting in the warmth of the parked vehicle, some say as the reason there was no frost on the Range Rover. It must be realised that although there were 3 dead bodies inside the vehicles, they did not become stone cold upon their killing, although rigor mortis was already setting in. The temperatures of the bodies would have slowly decreased over time, and helped stave off the frost on the vehicle. Photographs show that there were condensation marks inside the car. The chief investigating detective had commented on this when he first viewed the Range Rover after it had been discovered, and he was called onto the scene. He arrived after doing his morning shopping. Talk about being slack. An interesting thought that you may like to consider is that since the time that Darren Nichols entered the Witness Protection Programme in 1997, there have been no reports of him being seen again. This is not to say that he would voluntarily stick his head up only to be recognised. Just how would he look today to a worldwide audience thanks to the internet? But did he become too much of an annoying thorn in the side for the Untouchables, and they have long disposed of Darren Nichols permanently? Unfortunately for Jack Womes, he may have served over 20 years of a prison sentence not guilty of a crime of no more than the word of a convincing police informer. Nichols has no conscience, guilt or remorse, and had the audacity to place into the frame an innocent man in order to secure his freedom from prosecution. This includes the drug charges initially brought against him before he offered to give evidence against Steele and Womes. Irrespective of the outcome or who was involved in the murders, it must be stressed again that neither Steele nor Womes have ever given evidence against the other. It is simply not within either of their natures. Mick Steele has always denied his involvement in the murders as a shooter, knowing that if he did, he would be defeating any chance of Jack Womes being believed as innocent and associate alone. What is your opinion on this explanation? Do you think that it passes muster as far as the implied innocence of Jack Womes is concerned, and casts doubt, at least, on the integrity of Darren Nichols' testimony? Imagine that the defence counsel presenting this hypothetical case to the jury was a tenacious and extremely qualified criminal defence barrister and senior counsel. Or are you convinced that the original jury made the right decision in finding Steele and Womes equally guilty beyond reasonable doubt on the sole testimony of Darren Nichols? This account of the murders might not have helped to free Jack Womes from prison, or to be offered as fresh evidence for him to secure another appeal for his sentence. It may not have helped or assist Jack's brother John in his heroic, loyal and determined fight to free his brother, but it may have just brought some comfort to Jack's family members to help him hold on to the belief that Jack Womes was innocent of the murders of Tony Tucker, Pat Tate and Craig Rolfe. As for Mick Steele's supposed guilt in the murders, may they have to reconsider his denied declarations of his involvement and guilt concerning the murders, and would the Untouchables ever allow Mick Steele to even get to the stage of giving evidence on behalf of Jack Womes? Before Jack was granted parole, as a further development in his confinement circumstances, he had recently been granted a slight reduction in his sentence due to his remarkable controlled temperament and his passive attitude and respect for others, both criminals and prison staff, for the whole period of his incarceration, which is flying in the face of the accusations that he is a relentless, ruthless man and is as psychopathic, violent and unfeeling as he was portrayed to be by Darren Nichols. Nichols has always hammered the fact that he accuses Womes of being the shooter, and simply because Jack Womes has long seen through Nichols as an unreliable and untrustworthy character. Plus, quite recently, Mick Steele has been awarded £40,000 in compensation concerning a matter of toothache that he suffered with for just about the whole period of his sentence, without being allowed to receive dental treatment for his complaint. Some may object about this payment on the grounds of Steele being a convicted killer. But if one has ever suffered from a severe case of a toothache, then really one has to ask themselves, can you imagine what it would be like to have to live in such constant pain, agony or discomfort for decades? Let us say if you were just a normal everyday citizen and were refused help or relief at every turn, one would have to understand Mick Steele's right to receive an intervention and sue if denied it. Could Darren Nichols have been nailed for perjury or been tried as an accessory to murder before and after the fact? Of course not. He got away with murder with the immense help of a highly blinkered, if not incompetent police investigation. It was said that he laughed up his sleeve of the gullibility of the jury, who today may be ashamed for the returning of a guilty verdict, especially in the case of Jack Wilms. The police can claim a result, having 5 known criminals off the street in the process, but any mention of police involvement, coercion, assistance, or the condoning of the murders is vehemently denied by them. The case is closed and should be kept that way, as far as they are concerned. Their exposed incompetence or lack of due diligence in investigating this set of murders still stings them today. The last thing that they want is to reassociate themselves with the crime in any way. After all, is it not true that the police are not bothered by who is guilty or innocent of a crime if they can make a charge stick and have a good chance of gaining a conviction? Then, in their books, anybody around whom they can fit the evidence with confidence and benefit will do. Getting a conviction means that their police job appears to have been done. Let the convicted try to appeal it. Is Darren Nichols even still alive? No matter how much he would like to fan his ego, he knows in his heart that if Mr. X knows of Nichols' betrayal, he may very well be part of the national Untouchables, who have the ability through their organisation and contacts to locate and kill Nichols should they wish to. Can he ever relax and enjoy life without trying to fool himself, even with a new identity and location? Nichols may have claimed that he did not fear either Steele or Wilms as far as retaliation was concerned, but in reality he would have excellent reason to be bothered about Mr. X knowing how stubborn and determined and homicidally vindictive he could be. Now it may come as an unwanted surprise or letdown to all overly dramatic conspiracy theorists who have jumped to their conclusions, but these murders were not committed by a covert arm of the law or any sanctioned and warranted military personnel, nor were they undertaken by any paramilitary organisation. If this was the case, there would have been no used shotgun cartridge shells left to be found and recovered. The area immediately surrounding the Range Rover, particularly any distinctive tracks that may have been made by said team or squad, would have been swept away with the aid of some surrounding foliage in order to contaminate or destroy the evidence. The same method of obliterating evidence that may have been left by them would not have been needed or applied in the case of the various tyre tracks that have been seen in abundance leading into Workhouse Lane and down the ensuing tracks, as none of them would have been made by any vehicle by the imagined hit squad would have arrived in. All of the recognisable and photographed tracks were attributed to having been left by innocent regular visitors to the lane area, prominently for the purpose of shooting. Then there would be the tracks of the 2 local farmers, including one of the Fearbold brothers, Peter, a champion shotgun shooter himself, and Mr. Ken Jiggins. They would have travelled down the track to feed their pheasants in the fields that lay ahead. In doing so, they could have accidentally run over and crushed one of the used shotgun shells that had been left lying on the track. The murders were committed by a single person who held a deep-seated hatred of the victims and an unshakable commitment to kill them with extreme malice, and also as a signal to others. One man angered to such an extent as to be determined to kill his intended targets for his personal pleasure. Megalomania, power trip, thrill kills, jealousy was the real motive for the killings, no matter how many people may have been involved in the plot to allow him to do so. Of course, the killer had some assistance, as in reliable intelligence and transport to and from the scene, but only one person pulled the trigger of a single shotgun used in all 3 of the killings. Even if Mick Steele did admit his guilt and involvement, would he still be concerned that Mr. X, an agent of his, could get to him? Mr. X had no beef with Jack Wilms, therefore he should not begrudge Jack finally enjoying a better quality of life different from the one he had lived for so long, knowing that he was most certainly set up by Darren Nichols. If Mr. X were to die soon and decided to give a sort of deathbed confession, would that prove Jack's innocence? Who would be against such a confession coming to light? It would surely be the authorities, as imagine the amount of compensation they would have to pay for Jack Wilms for a wrongful arrest and prosecution, for a miscarriage of justice. Add in the value of the golden years of his life that should have been, and you can count on millions and millions of pounds. He would deserve every penny and more, because he's never going to get them years back, no matter how much money he may have, or he cannot buy them. After reviewing the facts available to us, many may have considered that the truth has become so entangled in rumours and suspicions. Here is something for you to consider now. After all, it is said there are 3 sides to every story. Side A's account, side B's account, and then there is the truth. Do you think the following explanation could be the truth? And can the truth be hidden in fiction? Now here is another explanation that has been compiled from previously unreleased and suppressed official documentation relating to the case. It may be of interest to followers of this particular case. It is an explosive report about the real motive, which has never been scrutinised, and includes a more accurate description of the sequence of events in the shootings, which has never been adequately explained. There always had to be a more plausible and realistic reason for how my Darren Nichols was at the centre of a plot to kill 3 men. Now is the time to reveal it and to examine it. While sitting in a prison cell serving a short sentence, he pondered the reason that he was there at all, when he was registered as a long-time paid police informant. Darren Nichols thought he was hard done by. He'd been silly and left himself open to arrest and conviction. He felt that he could have relied on the inconsistencies of one of the 2 corrupt police detective friends, as he was used to dealing with them when selling marijuana and handling stolen goods. Unfortunately, they had proven to have been of no use, as he was banged to rights guilty. Darren Nichols can be described realistically as a weasel of a man. Not only does he look like a weasel with his sharply pointed nose, but he's most certainly when it comes to his attitude and behaviour. Nichols is the sort of person who will sell something illegal to someone, and once he has secured his profit, he would immediately inform on them to the police and pick another small fee up. He was not a criminal genius by any means, but he was a sly and very cunning character who is theatrically inventive. His typical nature seemed to be that of a podgy, friendly Henry, everyone's pal, with his over-the-top, "How's it going, mate?" kind of greeting, and his accompanying cheesy smile and deep droning voice. Nichols knew that there was a better level of protection as a serious asset to the police if one was working as an instilled plant in some particular criminal enterprise or organisation. This was more than a common grass who passes on only what he hears. But he had not yet been at that level. He was determined to find out how he could become what was regarded as a critical asset to the police, to stave off any further prison sentences that may accompany any of his future criminal activities. To Nichols, it would always be a case of self-preservation at any cost and by any means, including the blatant framing of innocent people. At the same time that he was serving his sentence and under the guise of being future interviewed regarding minor outstanding charges, he was visited by detectives. He made inquiries of how he could be more beneficial to them as an informant. After being taken through a detailed explanation of how he could achieve his desires, he volunteered to be second as a prime police informant and spy, or mole. He was determined to gain a status of being Teflon coated and untouchable as far as his criminal career was concerned. It always kept in mind earlier British spy scandals like the Profumo affair and other incidents involving significant politicians being outed as Russian agents or double agents in the 60s and 70s, such as the McLean and Burgess scandals. What has stood out to Nichols for all of these people played both sides against the middle or against each other. In addition, they had made fortunes in the process before escaping into anonymity in Russia or some unknown location. These scandals proved to Nichols that you could get away with anything as long as you were game to try. There was always the law of escaping from any retribution concerning his criminal ways via the Witness Protection Programme, something that Nichols had thought long and hard about. It was suggested to Nichols by the detectives that he could start by befriending some heavier weight criminals with whom he was serving time or to whom he could be introduced to. It was suggested that he should try and set up a connection with a well-known criminal and used car dealer who was serving his sentence at the same time as Nichols, but in another prison. But this man was about to be transferred to the same prison and to resume his close friendship with Mick Steele, who was also there. This was the giant of a man who used steroids to help him build up his already massive frame. He was known to be an associate of some of the people who were the key holders of the bulk of the Brinksmack gold robbery. His name was Pat Tate. Nichols was never going to be able to achieve a close enough relationship with Tate during his sentence, but he had been advised to befriend another friend of Tate's, Mick Steele. Steele was an intelligent crook who was also an engineer by trade. He was usually a very cautious man who was aware that he was under police surveillance. He was also known to be an associate of some of the Brinksmack conspirators, inasmuch as he had led them to a small smelting company who would be prepared to melt some of the stolen gold and treat it so it could be reintroduced for sale on the open market. This, however, had never been proven. In ingratiating himself with Mick Steele, Nichols would also get to know Jack Worms, a gentle giant of a man with a very compassionate heart. All of this was done with the sole intention of getting close to Pat Tate. It was then arranged that when they were all released from prison, Nichols would join both Mick Steele and Jack Worms in a small smuggling operation, bringing marijuana across the English Channel from Holland. These activities would be monitored by Nichols' police handlers. They hoped it could lead to the arrest of, or at least better intelligence on, the much bigger fish in the drug trade. During this period, Nichols kept doing small odd jobs around Mick Steele's home and that of Mick's mother as a way of gaining his trust further. It was also starting to ask Mick Steele to try and get an introduction to Pat Tate. Nichols was told that he could get to meet him soon enough, as Mick Steele would be doing some business with him regarding marijuana importation. This operation ran smoothly for a while, with a couple of moderate results. Then Mick Steele was approached by Pat Tate about smuggling some more profitable amounts of marijuana into Essex. They had completed a couple of runs for Tate, and he paid them only a pittance for their involvement. Now they had a connection with Pat Tate. Nichols was told by his handlers he was making good progress. He was to keep on ingratiating himself with Steele and waiting for the opportunity to get closer to Pat Tate to see where it may lead. His new police assignment stroked Nichols' ego, which was already inflated. The police were keeping the group and the operations under surveillance without busting them. Then Pat Tate convinced Mick Steele they could smuggle ecstasy from a source he had in Holland. This news certainly made Nichols' handlers' ears prick up. They knew that Tate was in league with the likes of the Blundell brothers Billy and Eddie and other major crooks. One of the marijuana shipments that Pat Tate had organised and funded went awry. It proved to be a batch of marijuana of lousy quality, and it could not be resold. Tate had borrowed heavily from serious criminal financiers, and the money included interest that would continue to accrue until it was paid back in full. Tate could therefore not recoup this money. The money had come from several criminal sources. Some individuals, such as Tony Tucker, had tipped in some cash to receive a portion of the marijuana. Tate was then partnered with Tucker in an arrangement where Tucker supplied the clubs. Then there was Craig Rolfe, some other minor investors. The bulk of the money came from the combined heavies. Tate had tried to place the blame for the useless marijuana on Mick Steele. He stood over him and went as far as threatening to kill Mick Steele and his offsiders, including Jack Worms, if they did not organise to raise the money to repay Tate's loan sharks. Mick Steele had heard through the grapevine that Pat Tate had said to some of his heavies that if Steele, Worms and Nichols did not come through with all of the money owed, then he would deliver them to the loan sharks, kneel them down in front of them and shoot them in the head. Mick Steele took the threat seriously. He was aware that Pat Tate was nosediving into extreme drug abuse and was becoming more gratuitously violent, paranoid and delusional by the day. Mick Steele and Jack Worms organised a great deal of money and gave it to Tate to help resolve the matter. Pat Tate, however, did not repay his loan sharks, and this severely concerned all those involved. Tate, at this stage, was in partnership with Tony Tucker, dealing ecstasy at a significant level. They were in cahoots with the doorman at Raquel's, a trendy nightclub in Basildon. They would distribute their ecstasy inside the clubs, and this was accepted by most of the partygoers and ravers who'd clamber for their incredible popular product. The doormen were pleased with the arrangement and could receive their little cut from the drug trade by restricting access to the club to anybody not on the list of approved drug runners. They had a good idea of who was the off-duty or young undercover policeman and who were the local grasses, and would deny them entry for one reason or another as a precaution. The runners that were allowed in were prominently those of Tony Tucker and Pat Tate's, along with one or two others. The popularity of ecstasy was so great and in such excessive demand that Pat Tate organised on his and Tucker's behalf to import a large batch of extra strength ecstasy from their contact in Holland. Tate received a loan for the exercise from one of the most feared, sly and vindictive criminal loan sharks that he knew after meeting him in prison, befriending him and acting as his minder. Whilst they were serving time together, Tate then trained him in both bodybuilding and steroid use. Keep in mind that Pat Tate had served as a minder in prison for more than one heavyweight villain with a nasty reputation. One was to be heavily involved with the distribution and sale of the bulk of the loot from the Brinksmack gold robbery. This eventually led to the murders of over 20 people who were involved somehow with the stolen gold. It is said that the individual mentioned has been responsible for most of the murders, either in commissioning them or as a financier. He may have even committed the murders himself. Pat Tate was also a friend of one of the most important members of the stolen gold players, one John Marshall, who would later be also found shot dead, ironically, in a Range Rover. He even knew the heartless and homicidal John Palmer, who was taken by surprise and also shot to death at his spacious and usually well-monitored home. The much-feared loan shark, upon his release from prison, had acted as one of the financiers of Tate's criminal ventures. Tate had usually been extremely reliable when it came to paying back with interest and on time all of the loans advanced to him by the loan shark, a known sadistic and maniacal killer. Tate did not inform the loan shark of his intentions to purchase the ecstasy. He just said it was going to be a tremendous investment that he could not afford to miss. He knew full well that he was going into competition with the loan shark and did not want to alert him. Tate had received the loan and gone ahead with the drug purchase. Everything was generally running smoothly in the overall Essex crime scene at the time, and huge funds were flowing in many directions. Pat Tate and Tony Tucker were starting to run amok and were falling deeper and deeper into the excessive and constant consumption of cocktail of hard drugs such as heroin, cocaine, early speed, ecstasy and steroids, fueling their growing aggression and increasing urges to kill. Tate and Tucker were on drug-induced and greed-fueled personal fantasy trips. They were failing to adhere to more realistic rules, thinking and behaviour. They were robbing and cheating everybody they could, including some very nasty East London villains who would not forget the pair's treachery. They were starting to owe money in all directions and were making no effort to pay it back. They treated with contempt and arrogance everybody they came in contact with. They had even taken to asking average drug users if they had any drugs on them and if they could get any at that particular time. If the person produced any drugs or sourced some from another dealer, they would take the drugs from him and immediately consume them before slapping the person about and refusing to pay him. No one argued with the known bully Tony Tucker, especially when joined by the very intimidating steroid-built gargantuan Tate, who would appear on the scene scowling and threatening. They were rapidly becoming the shite on the shoes of society. While serving the remainder of his sentence, Pat Tate had become highly suspicious of Tony Tucker's spending. After all, Tucker was looking after their combined ecstasy business and the substantial ongoing profits they were making. Tate was aware of Tucker's recent purchase of a costly property and the fact that he had paid cash for it. Tate was not aware that Tucker had taken out a huge loan of £100,000 plus interest to use as a bridging loan to buy the property. The loan was on a reasonably short-term basis, as his small empire seemed to be doing really well, and he was considered to be in a position to be good for the loan. Tucker was not aware that Tate had sourced the money for the significant ecstasy buy from the loan shark, Mr. X. He assumed that it was from more tolerant loan sharks such as the Blundells, whom he feared a lot less than Tate's financier. The Blundell brothers made us kill him gently, but not Mr. X. Although there is no doubt that Tucker and Tate were close and reliable friends to each other in the beginning, the cracks had started to appear. Distrust and suspicion had set in. Tate had gotten into his mind while partially detoxing in prison and becoming paranoid and angered that Tucker might be shortchanging him as far as his share of the drug profits were concerned. He assumed that his share was going into Tucker's new property. He informed his girlfriend of his suspicions and went as far as getting his old friend Mick Steele to visit him in prison, where he confided in him and asked him to keep an eye on Tucker for him. He was to even question Tucker's spending if possible. On the other hand, Tucker was concerned about Tate and his other unpaid debts to Mr. X, the homicidal, spiteful loan shark. He was afraid that he would be drawn into Tate's troubles, needing Tucker to bail him out in some way, maybe financially, maybe as muscle. Pat Tate had been forewarned by his supplier, who was a known London gangster and who owned a successful bar in Holland and was well connected to the local drug barons and manufacturers, that the ecstasy that he would be receiving was explicitly made up of nearly half as much ecstasy again as that found in a regular tablet. He argued that it would be vastly increase the profits when sold, and news of its perceived heightened effects spread like wildfire. This logic appealed to Tate, who never considered for a moment that this might be just too potent for some. Tate had commissioned Steele, Worms and Nichols to go to Holland and purchase a batch of ecstasy and smuggle it back to Essex. Nichols had taken the batch of ecstasy down to a secluded beach in Holland, and Mick Steele had picked up the cargo along with Jack Worms to return across the English Channel to another secluded beach in Essex. The police were aware of this activity, as they had been earlier forewarned by Nichols of his pending involvement, wanting to cover his backside. The police had agreed to let the drug purchase take place without interference in order to see where it may lead. Much of the information made its way to the desk of Detector Inspector Ivan Dibley, who was well aware of Mick Steele and kept a close eye on him for various reasons. He would also deduce somehow, within days of the murders, that Mick Steele was somehow involved. It was not long after Tate took possession of the extra strength ecstasy and started to distribute it that the news of a young teenager celebrating her 18th birthday at home with friends had collapsed after taking one of Tate's double strength ecstasy pills. This news had made its way back to the heavies, alerting them to the fact that it was not their suppliers of ecstasy that had been responsible for the Leah Betts incident, but it was the overstrong ecstasy that was being peddled by Tucker and Tate that was responsible. Therefore, Tate and Tucker were held responsible for all the trouble and inconvenience that the upper echelons of the local crime scene were having to endure, along with the cash losses involved due to the restriction situations that were now in place. Pat Tate still had a little time to reimburse Mr. X. It had been agreed that Tate could take up to 3 months to repay the loan plus interest, which, if left till the last minute, would occur to be in as much as the principal loan. But his betrayal in trying to cut into the heavies' profit from the ecstasy supply business, and to imagine that Tucker and Tate could monopolise distribution, had been too much for them to tolerate. The squeeze on Tate to repay the owed money could not in principle be applied, as he still had little time before D-Day. But in Tucker's case, he could be ordered at any time to repay in full his debt to Mr. X for the bridging loan on his property. This matter had Tucker really concerned, although he tried to hide it as best he could. Apart from telling his wife that he was feeling off colour, he was in fact privately terrified. Close to the end, he had started to spend a lot more time at home and not out socialising. It was also known that he had received a number of quietly intimidating phone calls that had him on edge. When news of the Leah Betts incident first broke, Tucker and Tate, along with others, virtually went to ground and kept a low profile, whilst also moving their supplies of drugs to safe locations. Everybody expected a call from the police at some stage. There was a considerable reduction of drug dealing in the area for a short spell, although the police already knew of the ecstasy that had been imported by Nichols and Company on behalf of Pat Tate, due to Nichols having previously informed them of the plan they did not have a sample. They approached the head doorman of Raquel's nightclub to see if he could get them a sample of the ecstasy that had been consumed by Leah Betts, as they already knew that Tucker and Tate were responsible for it, and the head doorman was aligned to them. At first he said he could not, but he said to have agreed on compassionate grounds to try and source a sample. A sample did find itself into the hands of the investigating police. The police believed they were closing in on the trio and would shortly be making arrests. A plan was formulated by the investigating police to try and install a plan or spy into one of the more well-known criminal organisations to simply report back to his handlers. It could not be an undercover policeman, as he would be sniffed out quick smart. It had to be someone believable who could be accepted by the experienced villains. The hierarchy of the police investigation unit was informed that there might be a candidate available for such a sting. His ability as a reliable informer was not in question, but his nerve in having to deal with such heavyweight rogues as the police suggested just might be his undoing. It was decided to use the suggested covert operative after approaching him, bringing him in for evaluation and running the idea by him. The recommended agent was Darren Nichols. The obstacle was how he could be successfully introduced, believed and welcomed by such an experienced criminal organisation. A plan was formulated by the police hierarchy to use Darren Nichols, who had been highly recommended to them by a so-called minor double agent amongst the covert tentacles of the Untouchables. He would certify Nichols as being a reliable and worthwhile asset for any of the criminal heavyweights to employ. He suited the heavies' requirement for a fresh, unknown face who was strongly recommended, reliable and staunch. The plan would require the police to sacrifice one or two of their corrupt colleagues to bring off such a risky campaign. They knew that these officers were already known to be friends of Darren Nichols and could be used to spread the word of the availability of a reliable candidate for the criminal organisation. They would simply become dispensable, merely collateral damage of the sting. Word had gotten out amongst the criminal elements as it does, and then filtered and passed on through normal tittle-tattle from the streets to the police that a reliable driver would be required soon for a serious bit of business. But the candidate would have to pass all of the requirements to be offered the job. This requirement was that any known persons that already belonged to the organisation had to be excluded. This bit of business was to be a small but clean but essential operation with very few witnesses involved. Nichols had been reassured that his involvement in whatever undisclosed business that was supposed to take place would not leave him open to any official charges from anything that he might do or be responsible for during the upcoming police sting. All that Nichols knew was that he was to be the driver for some top-shelf villains who were to be due to have some sort of dealings with another group of people. Nichols presumed it was going to be a significant drug transaction, as he did have experience in smuggling and transporting large amounts of drugs. He thought this is why he had been chosen and accepted as the driver. It was always made clear to Nichols, should he ever be discovered or suspected as being a mole, that he would be protected and safe as houses in the witness protection program, given a completely new identity for himself, his wife and his children. It would also be given a one-off handsome donation for the government to help him establish himself in his new life, living under his new identity. This greatly appealed to Nichols and cemented his resolve to becoming involved in this heavyweight police sting. It would also leapfrog him up towards the level of a supergrass, something that Nichols had always courted. He was fantasising about being a movie-type hero and spy, such as James Bond or the like, pumping himself up with the delusions of being hero worship and sophisticated in the process. He could simply not tell anybody about the significant influential changes that were taking place in his life, and certainly not his supposed pals Steele and Worms. This is how it proceeded. The name of a suggested nominee to infiltrate a well-known oppressive criminal organisation was put forward to the police intelligence branch. This was to be Darren Nichols, who had been suspected by many of being an undercover policeman, but this is nonsense. It would be necessary to provide a photograph of the nominee to the organisation to see if the nominee was known to any of the heavies or their associates, and if he could be verified as being staunch and reliable. After the initial police inquiries, it was expected that Darren Nichols would not show up as a known entity to the heavies and their associates. He was unknown to the particular heavies and was not on their radar for any reason. He was to be introduced to the heavies by known corrupt police detectives who could then be sacrificed, thrown under the bus for vouching for Nichols as a proven and reliable driver on murder assignments. What absolutely nobody knew, apart from Mr. X and one of his beautiful trophy girlfriends, was that a chance meeting between Pat Tate and Mr. X's personal property, at least in his eyes, would be the catalyst for Mr. X's intention to murder both Pat Tate and Tony Tucker, irrespective of any monies owed by them, as he was prepared to write it off through vengeance. As far as Mr. X was concerned, Pat Tate and Tony Tucker's fates had been sealed. He was hell-bent on killing them and wanted to do so as soon as possible. His initial impulse had been to wait outside Pat Tate's address until Tate showed up. Then Mr. X would don a balaclava and jump from the vehicle they were sitting in and open up on Pat Tate with a submachine gun or a reliable automatic shotgun, meaning to obliterate him with extreme malice. Mr. X realised that his initial reaction would be a little bit too brazen and fraught with danger. He decided to plan Tate's killing. A little bit of planning and then things would be off. He secretly set things in motion. His plan was to entrap the two targets in a no-escape situation, preferably in a dark, secluded location. He would then kill them, along with anybody else who might be with them. Mr. X just wanted the pair dead. There may have been some general talk amongst criminal factions about murdering Tucker and Tate, but as yet, there were no concrete plans in place. This was to be solely down to Mr. X. He decided that he would only require the assistance of a well-trusted friend, as well as a driver, to carry out his intention. His trusted accomplice would have to play his role as a respected criminal businessman he was known to be. He would be responsible for enticing Tucker and Tate to take part in a very lucrative opportunity that would be too good for them to refuse. There was little homework for Mr. X to do and some personal reconnaissance of suitable ambush sites, the securing of a specially required vehicle and a specific type of shotgun that would be reliable and acceptable for close-up work. Then, before they knew it, Tucker and Tate would meet their destiny. Nichols' cover was to be that of a known civilian agent used as a driver by the British government in the execution of several Irish terrorists in Northern Ireland in the late 1980s and early 1990s. His forte was said to be melting away and disappearing once the assignment was over. This operative had recently been killed in a road accident. Even checks by the involved criminals made with some of their Irish counterparts had confirmed the existence of such a character, but nobody knew his real identity. Nichols was quietly brought into the police administration building and was introduced to some of the police hierarchy who were planning the covert operation. He was made to feel welcome, appreciated, and in Nichols' eyes, very, very important. His ego was gently massaged. After having everything clearly explained to him, Nichols excitedly agreed to sign up for the role of the covert agent. He was in his element. He would not know how or when he would be used by the criminal organisation. He would merely be on call and he'd be contacted when he was required. It mattered not what sort of illegal activity he would be involved in. He merely had to report back to his police handlers when he was to be used as the driver. All had gone to plan, and it had been accepted by the criminal group involved that they could indeed call on the services of the agent Darren Nichols, codename Smiley, when needed. Nichols had been supplied with a mobile telephone that was only to be used to accept calls from the criminal organisation. Once Nichols had received a call on the designated mobile, he was to destroy the phone. He would be issued with a new mobile phone after each piece of business had been carried out. Nichols would simply receive a call, be given instructions, and would turn up for duty. Of course, this is when he was to call his police handlers to let them know he was on his move, and they could monitor him and follow him. Nichols was obviously very pleased with himself. He said to have felt as happy as a dog with two dicks. All that he had to do was bide his time to act as normally as possible and to follow his daily routines, maintaining his relations with Mick Steele and Jack Womes. The time was approaching fast for the planned heavyweight meet. All of the plans had been finalised and were ready to implement. The time of the meeting was agreed upon, as was a location private enough not to draw the attention of any unwanted witnesses, a typical requirement in the circumstances. The only thing that was needed was the confirmation that the persons who were to be at the meeting were ready. Nichols had no idea of the identity of the other individuals who would be at the business meeting. His job was simply to drive and to forever keep his mouth shut. He continued his close and friendly relations with Mick Steele and Jack Womes. He mentioned nothing to them regarding the upcoming well-paid driver's gig. He had well spent the paltry amount of money that he'd received from Tate in payment for his involvement in the ecstasy imports. Nichols received a call on short notice, telling him to make his way to a specific location where he would take possession of a 4-door all-wheel drive sedan and drive 2 men to a business meeting. The sedan that Nichols was to drive and whose registration number he was given was to be left unlocked to allow him entry. He was to wait for 2 gentlemen who would join him in the sedan, and they would be giving him the keys to his car and instructions on where to go. He did not know the 2 gentlemen personally, but he was aware of who they were and what positions they held in the criminal underworld of Essex and London, as their faces had been plastered across all forms of the media. Nichols did not have a chance to contact his handlers to inform them of the current developments. He was left to get on with the assignment unprotected and in no position to refuse the call. He went ahead and arrived at the location, the Peacock Gym in Canning Town, the famous and reputable gym where various World Championship boxers trained while they waited for their upcoming championship belts. It was also a favourite meeting place for crooks, villains and major players, including some very colourful characters. The names of Tucker and Tate were known to various people who frequented the gym. There was bad blood between them and some groups from Canning Town over Tucker and Tate's dirty dealings and rip-offs. There was much talk of revenge. The men that Nichols was to drive were both notorious and deadly, one with an unbelievably cold, hard, homicidal, vindictive and spiteful nature. As mentioned, both had had their photographs plastered all over the media. The feared psychopath was carrying a large canvas bag that Nichols presumed was filled with drugs or cash to buy drugs. The trip to Basildon and then to Rettendon passed without much conversation. The highly respected heavy was wearing a small, smart, thin-brimmed hat that he very rarely wore, and a large, dark woolen overcoat. At one stage he asked Nichols if he was alright and comfortable with things. Feeling cocky, Nichols told him with his giggle and cheesy grin, "Does a fat baby fart, Gov? No problems at all." When they arrived at the Wheatsheaf pub, the heavy directed Nichols to turn into a rough, narrow laneway close to the pub's car park. He was to follow it for a while, as this one, amongst the maze of rat runs and tracks, would eventually lead to Workhouse Lane close to a barred gate. Travelling down the narrow, rough track would be no problem for the all-wheel drive sedan that had been sourced for this operation, as it would easily be able to handle the rough, muddy, undulterating terrain. Darren Nichols had looked across the car park and noticed a broken down car that he owned still parked with its hood raised. It had been agreed that Jack Womes would make his way out to the pub and work on the vehicle for Nichols, but they did not know when Jack would get around to it. Jack was a reasonably good backyard mechanic. He had not looked at the car at this stage, but seemed to know from listening to the description of how the car had been running before it broken down that it would be a transmission fluid problem, and he would take some with him. In a total coincidence, Jack Womes had arrived at the car park within minutes of Nichols driving through. Jack was busy with his head under the car's hood and did not see the Range Rover containing Tate, Tucker and Rolfe go past on the main road leading to Workhouse Lane. As it happened, Jack Womes quickly diagnosed the stricken vehicle's problem. It had run low on transmission fluid and would not engage a gear. He simply topped it up with the fluid, and had the car ready for driving, even though it would still slip a gear now and then. He phoned Nichols to tell him. Nichols later reported that a VW Passat, which he had owned and then sold on to Mick Steele, who would eventually give it to a friend for stock car racing, was the car used in the murders. This story of the VW Passat being the vehicle used to transport Jack Worms to the Amber site was a fallacy designed purely to mislead, as he could not mention the sedan, which could possibly be traced to the heavies he was protecting. The Passat was never considered for the job, as it was an unreliable bag of shite that you would not drive to the local shop. At the time of the murders, Mick Steele was supposed to be innocently delivering a trailer that he'd built for one of his relatives. He stated that he had never been waiting at White House Farm, as Nichols stated. His partner was with him, and she never faltered in her confirmation of Mick's alibi. Unfortunately, Mick and Jack's alibis were so simple, even though true, they played straight into the hands of the prosecutor, who pitched them as non-alibis, as they could not be corroborated. Sure, there were records of calls made to and from Steele's and Worm's mobile phones, but the true contents of the calls could not be established. At best, they could only be surmised. The only possible incriminating evidence is that the calls had been made at the surmised time of the murders, even though no official time of death had been recorded by the first doctor on the scene, or by the pathologist, Paul Alanis, or by any other parties. Steele and Worms were placed in the general area of the murders at a time conveniently enough for the police to blame them. Just as a point of interest, Nipper Ellis, Danny Woolard, and the ex-head doorman of Raquel's, and it appeared every crook and his dog in Essex at the time, were all known to be in the general area of Rettendon at the time of the murders. It was like the Daily Plaza in Dallas, Texas, on the day of the JFK assassination. Nichols felt both highly intimidated and in awe. He was scared but simultaneously excited. As directed, he drove the heavies to their meeting location. That was at the bottom of a rough track that Nichols knew of, being a local who would wander all over the Shire, getting to know the ins and outs of the cat's backside to give him knowledge of the area for his activities. This was a man that was so heartlessly slimy, slippery and sly that it was said he could peel an orange in his pocket with a boxing glove on. His intelligence was not that of a genius. It was later noted by one of the prison wardens overseeing Nichols in protective custody in a minor discussion with some prisoners regarding photography that Nichols appeared to be the sort of idiot that thought a lens was something you borrowed. He was aware, like many people, that Workhouse Lane could be reached in a number of ways that would lead to a locked barred gate. It was also known as and used as a popular lover's lane. Nichols himself had used it as a meeting place on occasions when conducting his marijuana trading business. Pat Tate and Craig Rolfe knew the area, as they had been there on a couple of occasions to buy cheap second-hand farm machinery, cars or horse floats from the local farmers to resell in Tate's car business. Tony Tucker knew the area exceptionally well, as he would often go clay pigeon shooting in the surrounding area. He had been a regular shooter since he was a young boy. There is no doubt that they agreed upon this meeting place, as it was well known by the participants, and it had privacy and isolation. Therefore, everybody was comfortable with the location and arrangements to some degree. Mr. X had done his homework well. It had nothing to do with corrupt police or anybody else hijacking, forcing or following the Range Rover down the lane, as it has been widely suggested, nor was it a commissioned covert military exercise with a suit planning that had trapped the Range Rover. It was nothing more than a useful suggestion. See you in Workhouse Lane. When they arrived at their final destination, they stopped before the farm gate, only 100 yards or so into Workhouse Lane. They were supposed to go through the gate and meet up with their contacts in the next open field. However, they realised that the gate was locked when the headlights of the car plainly shone on the chain and padlock. They did not have a key to the lock, so Nichols was told to reverse the car a short way from where they were, back into the bushy laneway a little, and wait with the car's lights off until the vehicle they were expecting to meet had passed them by. It would have to stop in front of the locked farm gate. It was approximately 7:50 p.m. and Nichols asked how long did the heavies think they would have to wait for their expected business associates to arrive. He was told that it would not be long as the meeting was scheduled for 8 p.m. Nichols assumed that Mr. X was to act in a protective role as he was dressed in a military-style jacket and had put on a dark woolen beanie. He seemed to want to be recognised to make it known that he would deal with any threat. His companion was wearing the smart everyday clothes that he would be expected to be seen in wearing under normal circumstances, so Nichols believed him to be the one responsible for conducting the scheduled business transaction. All seemed to be good. Their business associates eventually arrived, their headlights forewarning the heavies as the Range Rover passed the bushy laneway. It slowly approached the farm gate and came to a halt. Nichols was then instructed to turn on the headlights, to slowly drive less than 100 yards or so from where they were parked, to swing left onto Workhouse Lane and come to rest a few yards behind the Range Rover. And then he was to toot the car horn with 2 short bursts, followed by 3 short bursts as a signal to the occupants that the other parties had arrived for the meeting. It was only at this point that Nichols recalled that Pat Tate owned a greeny-blue Range Rover. In truth, it was only on loan from the repairer Barry Dorman, who was fixing the Porsche that belonged to Tony Tucker, as Pat Tate had borrowed and crashed and badly damaged it. It was very much like the one in front of him that was usually driven by Craig Rolfe. Nichols quickly put 2 and 2 together and figured that he could be correct in his assumption, as the trio he knew were very much heavy drug dealers. As the heavies were into supplying drugs, it all made sense to Nichols, and he started to relax a little. The Mr. Dapper heavy, wearing the hat, got out of the sedan and approached the rear offside passenger door of the Range Rover. He then opened the door and climbed into the Range Rover without removing his hat. He was also wearing a pair of sensible gloves due to the cold weather conditions. He received a warm welcome from the occupants. They sat for a while in conversation, which seemed quite natural to Nichols if a drug deal was being negotiated. At this point, Mr. X, sitting next to Nichols in the front passenger seat, retrieved a pump-action shotgun from the canvas bag that he'd brought with him and started to load it with shells. Nichols noticed that he was holding what he thought was a shortened shotgun. Again, Nichols put this down to security measures. After all, he knew that the trio of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, if it were them, were all known to carry firearms, and they were not the most sensible and reliable characters to be doing so. Then Nichols was handed a semi-automatic handgun by Mr. X and was told that it was only as a precaution, and it was not expected that Nichols would have to actually use the gun. Nichols had nervously taken hold of the gun. He was informed that it was loaded and the safety catch was in the off position. All that Nichols would have to do was point it and keep his finger on the trigger. It was only to take any action if Mr. X or his companion were in any unexpected danger. Nichols nervously agreed and hoped he would not have to fire the gun. His heart was racing and he was starting to have a minor anxiety attack, just about shitting himself about being in possession of a firearm. He knew that he could not shoot another person in a million years, even though he could condone some people shooting others. His typical friendly Henry demeanour was forgotten at this stage. The bullshit and bravado would only be rekindled much later when Nichols realised that no police were coming around knocking on his door. The trio in the Range Rover were there under the impression that a wonderful financial opportunity was being opened up to them, a great golden opportunity that would be worth a fortune to take them on completion of the deal. In addition, it would take care of the problem of the double-strength ecstasy, as they could be unloading it off to the trusted heavy in the process. This would hopefully restore their tarnished reputations. Oh, they would be very happy and trusting at the time. When asked by the heavy if they had the required cash and the drug stash with them for the transaction, Pat Tate reached over the back of the Range Rover's rear seats and grabbed one of the 2 bags lying there. He unzipped it to let the heavy see the contents, who was pleased. He had another brief chat with the occupants, Tate, Tucker and Rolfe, before telling them to give him a minute or so to allow him to return to his car and then he would return with a package. This excuse sounded quite logical to the pickled drug trio. The trio did not question it when the rear offside passenger door of the Range Rover was left open, as the heavy took his leave and walked to the rear of the Range Rover and then appeared to make his way to his car, only parked a few yards behind the Range Rover. Its headlights were shining onto the Range Rover's rear, dazzling Pat Tate, who had turned around on instinct and then turned back round to continue talking to Tucker and Rolf. As the hat-wearing heavy climbed into the rear of the sedan and closed the door, he told Mr. X that the prize was on board. Mr. X climbed out of the car carrying the pistol-gripped shotgun. The heavy sitting in the rear seat of the car said to Nichols softly and reassuring, "Keep calm, boy. Everything will be alright. He knows what he's doing." At this point, Nichols' rusty keyhole started to fibrillate at an amazing rate. His sphincter was constantly going from the size of a farthing to the size of a penny. For Nichols, this experience was becoming terrifying beyond his imaginings as he watched Mr. X walk towards the Range Rover with his shotgun raised as if ready to shoot. Was Mr. X going to actually use the thing? With this thought speeding through Nichols' mind, regrets were starting to swamp him. He was privately thinking, "What the fuck am I doing here? Please, let's get the fuck out of here now." Then came the first loud bark of the shotgun, causing Nichols to actually jump with surprise in the driver's seat and to call out, "Fuck!" He then clenched his teeth together like a snarling pit bull terrier. Nichols realised that he was in trouble over his head now, and he was not sure how he was going to deal with it. He resisted the urge to flee from the scene, as it was quickly dawned on him that Mr. X was armed. And what if the other heavy had a gun on him? He could quite easily shoot Nichols before he could get out of the car. Nichols could only squeeze the steering wheel with all of his might to try and gain some sort of control. Then he heard the other villain say calmly from the back seat, "Relax, son. I told you, boy. He knows what he's doing." With every blast, Nichols gasped, tightened his shoulders, and gripped the steering wheel. He was screaming to himself silently, "Fuck! Fuck! What have I let myself in for? No!" 8 times in all, each blast raised the handgun that Nichols had in his lap, as he squeezed his buttock muscles tightly, in sync with each loudly echoing roar. However, there was a very brief break in between the shots, when Darren Nichols was able to hear quite clearly because he had the driver's side window down. It was after Rolf had been shot once and Tucker had been shot twice. When the barking of the shotgun had settled and the silence had once again fallen, it was so quiet it said one could hear a sparrow fart. Nichols heard Pat Tate call out through the open rear passenger side door of the Range Rover in a strained and wheezing plea to Mr. X, who Tate had now recognised. "Why, we'll pay you your money," Mr. X answered Pat Tate in a growling and hostile manner which did not make any sense whatever to Nichols. "Fuck the money, and fuck you too, Mr. fucking gorgeous I love me. Who'd you love, shrimp dick?" This made even less sense to Pat Tate, as he could not figure out what Mr. X meant, as he had been well out of it when he had assaulted Mr. X and had no memory whatsoever of the incident. Mr. X then methodically got on with the job at hand. When the slayings were over and things had gone deadly quiet again, the heavy with the hat got out of the car and asked Mr. X, "Is all taken care of, mate?" He entered the car, reassuring the shocked and terrified, jaw-clenching Nichols. "It won't be long now, boy." This man with the hat had nerves of steel. Nichols was then summoned to help shift Tucker's body so that it faced forward still in the passenger seat. He placed the gun that was in his lap into his jacket pocket and climbed out of the car. This was the moment when he passed the bodies that Nichols realised that his suspicions to the identities of the occupants of the Range Rover were true. It was indeed the drug trio he'd been dealing with. This realisation was spinning Nichols out, and his head felt like it was expanding and dilating, going wong 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 as portrayed by characters in cartoons. He acted on remote as he assisted in the shifting of Tucker's body. He was wishing that it was all a nightmare and that he would eventually wake up. Nichols was desperately trying to maintain some sort of convincing manner so that he did not alert the two heavies to his real inexperience and lack of real fortitude when it came to such things. He fantasised that he was a movie character with the attitude of survive and fuck the consequences. It seemed to work, as Nichols miraculously kept from throwing up his stomach contents when he first viewed the trio's dead bodies. When going to aid Mr. X with shifting the bulky and cumbersome Tucker, he had seen the messy and sickening injuries that they had received. However, Nichols did heave a few times before excusing himself and declaring that he was alright. This is when Mr. X sarcastically said to Nichols, "I thought you'd have been used to the sight of dead men who'd been riddled with machine gun bullets from your army days." Nichols tried to assure Mr. X with, "Things were just a little gruesome close up, that's all." His gut was knotted and churning, verging on a severe liquid bowel release. He was screaming to himself, hold on, for fuck's sake, act calm and unpanicked." Nichols was unaware of what had been planned and was shocked at Mr. X's coldness, focus and determination. Shaking slightly as he assisted Mr. X, Nichols could not help but be dumbfounded by what had just taken place. Mr. X and Nichols hauled Tucker's body strenuously and slowly, leaving bruises to his upper arms, just above the elbow that would show up clearly. They repositioned Tucker's body on the passenger seat, leaving him with his head facing slightly to the right. In this position, blood continued to seep down into the seat where it pooled and congealed, soaking into Tucker's jeans, mainly on his right hand side. They even went as far as placing his feet in a casual but comfortable looking position, with Mr. X making sarcastic comments about him having a peaceful doze. He had done something similar to Tucker's hands, leaving them in a relaxed position. He then placed Tucker's telephone in his lap. It had fallen to the front footwell of the Range Rover when Tucker had first jumped an alarm and tried in vain to escape. Mr. X then switched off the headlights, turned off the ignition and closed both offside doors. He walked round to the rear of the Range Rover, pulled up the lid of the hinged back door and retrieved a bag that had been placed there by the trio. It may have been filled with cash to buy a consignment of drugs, or maybe it contained drugs that they were expecting to sell on. It had been reported that the trio had recently stolen a noticeable amount of cocaine from another criminal gang and was in a panic to offload it. After taking the bag containing the prize from the rear of the Range Rover, Mr. X walked to the back of the waiting sedan and climbed inside. He nursed the shotgun for a few minutes, making Nichols extremely nervous before returning it to the canvas bag without saying a word. He then had out his hand so Nichols could return the shotgun. Nichols felt dizzy and queasy, and his face had turned to the colour of bald shite. But he had to pull himself together so that Mr. X would not question him. He was certainly not cool, calm and collected, as he'd professed to be when he later told his story to the investigating police. Then Nichols called upon the only thing that would give him some balance, and that was to employ the attitude of, who cares if some nobodies or mugs get to suffer? Hard lines and tough shit. A clear case of fuck you Jack, I'm alright attitude. Nichols was instructed to reverse the car to the short distance back past the bushy track that they had travelled down before, then to swing left back onto it up to the slight rise and make their getaway. The heavies did not care about leaving tyre tracks, as the car was predestined to be crushed into a cube and sent along with a mass of others to the smelters in Japan. Similarly, all the clothes that had been worn by the heavies would be destroyed merely as a precaution. It was the same with the used shotgun cartridges that had been left strewn about, as the shotgun would also be destroyed and the shells could never be matched to it. Footprints did not bother them, as they were both of regular size and the shoes would be incinerated, along with Mr. X's bloody clothes. Nichols had been told to hand over the jacket that he'd been wearing and which was now blood drenched. Mr. X placed it along with his own in a large laundry bag that he'd brought along in the canvas bag, along with the shotgun. They had to stay dressed wearing their bloody smeared jeans, but if they were to get a pull by the police on the way from the murder scene, their excuse was the blood was supposed to have been from a dog that had run over and had to move off the road. Mr. X suggested to Nichols that as soon as he got home, he'd have to get rid of the blood-stained jeans and sneakers that he was wearing. Nichols said that he had a spare pair of work jeans, an extra jacket and a set of work boots in his old banger that he'd arrived in to pick up the heavies. He would change into them when he dropped the heavies off before he made his final drive home. He found himself recalling how Mr. X had made sure to set the scene as if Tucker was not dead, but having a comfortable doze before leaving. How kinky was that? Nichols could hardly question Mr. X when he would have no qualms about nominating two completely innocent people as the killers, hanging them out to dry as patsies and lumbering them with a triple life sentence each in the process. It has to be proven to be a nearly impossible task trying to prove their innocence after over 25 years of wrongful incarceration, all on the word of a noted liar and willing informer who would weave a tale to suit his ends. Then again, he would have never been able to pull off this despicable act of betrayal if it were not for the desperate need of the Essex police force because of their bumbling investigative efforts. They had let a fortune in illegal drugs pour onto the market simply to gain intelligence on local criminals with minimal results. For all of their efforts, they made no noticeable dent in the drug trade. It only raged on. Now it included a body count of 5 people: Tucker, Tate Rolfe, Leah Betts, and the young drug runner Kevin Whitaker. Let's not forget that Tony Tucker's father collapsed and died from a heart attack when given the news of Tony's death. As it happened, the temperature dropped overnight and the water filled a muddy tyre tracks, all iced over. When the 2 local farmers, Peter Fairbold and Ken Jiggins, drove down the lane, they fractured the ice in the wheel tracks and obliterated the tyre tracks made by the all-wheel drive sedan near the Range Rover on Workhouse Lane. They had come to a halt by coincidence behind the stationary Range Rover in the exact position where the sedan had stopped. There has been much debate about the farmers' seemingly calm, tranquil, carefree attitude when they phoned the police to report the dead bodies, but the fact is for some that this is their natural disposition. By the time the morning had arrived and the Range Rover had been discovered with the 3 dead men inside of it, the outside temperature had risen and had already started to melt the snow which coated their area, so that much of the evidence was destroyed as far as the footprints were concerned, except for the still distinct ones immediately around the Range Rover. They were leading to all sorts of theories. Absolute contamination of the scene was provided by a small army of police detectives, officials, and even an interloper reporter who accessed all the scenes before being told to leave. When Nichols eventually decided to help the police with their inquiries, he received a heavy roasting from his police handlers for not revealing that he'd been involved in the grave crime of murder. Why had he not informed his handlers straight after the murders, instead of waiting for 6 months before deciding to do so under duress? Nichols' defence that he was terrified of stealing Wymes, and he did not want to be murdered by a maniacal Jack Wymes. The top police brass investigating the murders believed that Nichols was talking out of his arse. He was, however, all they had, and not going to give up on him, as they needed him, a begrudging witness, to be able to lay charges. The care about who is innocent or guilty often wanes when they are faced with the pressure to make some arrests by the police minister and the police commissioner. Later on, Nichols would be shaken when asked what sort of shoes he had worn on the night of the murders. He swore that he'd worn his regular work boots and not a pair of sneakers, imprints of which the police had found at the scene. He argued that he'd never owned a pair of sneakers until very recently. Because he had, in fact, worn sneakers on the night, he was significantly concerned that the police could place him at the ambush site if they could recover his sneakers and match them to any of the footprints that they had found. Fortunately for Nichols, he had disposed of his sneakers along with his blood-stained jeans directly after the murders on the advice of the heavies. What would happen if they were to turn it mysteriously? He was bobbing and weaving, twisting and turning, trying to keep his story exactly as he'd planned it. He decided to substitute stealing Wymes for the 2 significant heavies, and that was the way it was going to be, come hail, rain or shine. Stealing Wymes were no more than a means to an end as far as Nichols was concerned. He had the attitude that if they were going to try and deny their involvement and call him a liar, that they could go and blow it out of their arse. No matter what insults were thrown at Nichols for his manner and personality, it was no concern to him, as he did not have any real friends to worry about offending if he retaliated. Therefore, insults were like water off a duck's back to him. The so-called evidence that the investigators found seems to indicate that somebody had disturbed a small patch of undergrowth not far from the parked Range Rover. This could have been caused by a number of things. One is an animal resting there for a time, or even the heavy wearing the hat when he initially returned to the sedan, then got out again after the killings to speak to Mr. X. The pools and puddles of the laneway had melted, also destroying evidence. The ice and snow at the entrance of the adjoining track where the sedan had entered and left workhouse lane showed no signs of tyre marks, so none were reported, and none of the said track had been searched for clues by the investigating police. Darren Nichols had driven the two heavies safely and without incident back to the location where he'd picked them up, the Peacock Gym. While en route, the hat-wearing heavy asked Nichols in a very polite but deeply concerning manner if he was alright and was cool with things. Nichols had replied with a bit of a strained, "Yeah, no probs." He then gently reminded Nichols he must never talk about the incident or ever to disclose the identities of the two men involved. He may blame or frame anyone he liked, as long as it was not the two heavies themselves. Nichols was trying to play it calmly and confidently when he answered. He wanted to assure them that he was cool, dependable and reliable. He certainly was not, but his bluff apparently worked. After returning the heavies to Peacock Gym and while waiting in the car, Nichols received a large envelope from the hat man as his payment for his involvement. It was stuffed with a thick wad of £50 notes that could have choked a donkey. Before he took his leave, Nichols was told in a very even tone by Mr. X that he should keep in mind that he had family that always had to be protected. Nichols knew immediately that the veiled threat was a dire warning to him. Nichols changed out of his blood-soaked clothes and threw them in the boot of his old banger. He had to stop off at a pub to have some quick drinks to help settle his shattered nerves and tried to come to terms with the seriousness of the event that he was caught up in. He felt as though his already shredded nerves would give out and it would shit through the eye hole of a needle. He'd called a friend in panic so that he could have some company to help distract him from the current thoughts and fears. After leaving the pub, Nichols succumbed to his swirling and heaving gut and to the constant rerunning of the events that had recently taken place. He finally let go, dropping to one knee and heaving repeatedly before vomiting heavily onto the pavement several times. He cleaned his mouth with a handkerchief and continued on his way, driving his old banger with the memory still vividly swirling around in his head. Nichols could not afford to tell his police handlers of the major heavies or as the level of his involvement in the murders. He certainly was not permitted to have a firearm, and he had not been authorised at the time to participate in any personal action without informing his handlers first. He would not be officially sanctioned to participate further in the sting. He simply sat tight for a couple of months and kept the knowledge of the murders and of course his involvement to himself. The police knew full well that Nichols had been primed to gather some quality intelligence from them from the targeted criminal organisation that they had worked so hard to get him accepted into as a trusted driver. They had no idea that Nichols had actually been out with members of the criminal hierarchy who had committed an atrocious triple murder, and he had been handsomely paid for it as well. Old sly-ass Nichols was taking everybody for a ride and giggling up his sleeve. Nichols had time to reevaluate the knowledge he had about the murders after becoming aware of the fact that police did not appear to have enough evidence to mount a prosecution. He started to invent what he thought would be a believable scenario. He had thought long and hard about how he could use the experience to his advantage. Nichols decided that he would not engage in a plan for financial reward unless it would help gain him immunity in the future. He knew enough about the structure of the witness protection program to see if it was possible to use it to his advantage if he could conduct a believable enough tale regarding the murders. He had decided to offer an explanation that was predominantly true, but where he could substitute some fool guys for the murders and take suspicion away from himself. Directly after the murders, Nichols had but all ceased his operations with Steele and Worms, and he'd therefore come around to considering them as plausible substitutes for the two heavies whom he'd driven to the murder scene. It did not take long before Nichols decided to employ such a diabolical and treacherous double cross of his so-called good friend Mick Steele, along with Mick Steele's best friend and confidant, Jack Worms. Nichols had always known that he was prepared to sacrifice the pair in any way if it meant saving his own skin. His involvement with them in the first place had only really been to enhance his reputation as an informant with the police. Nichols knew that his astonishing claim would attract attention from the police investigating the murders. They were desperate to gain some reliable leads concerning the killings, and they had nothing to work with. It appeared to them that a wall of silence had gone up around the criminal community and around the usual informants that the police would rely on. They were under enormous and increasing pressure from the public and politicians to make arrests and to prosecute somebody for the murders. They had brought to bear all the weight that they could muster to get a lead on any of the names on their list of suspects and on criminals in general, but to no avail. The police had then been presented with an opportunity to hear a confession from Darren Nichols concerning his revelation that he was the unsuspecting driver for the murders and that he was supposedly totally duped into participating. The reliability of his evidence was highly questioned, even though they were well aware of his informer status, but they were also aware of his penchant for telling bold yet sometimes persuasive lies. Nichols seems to have adopted the belief that if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. They had to keep in mind that Nichols was indeed touted as being a reliable police informant. He'd been pointing out that the cases where he gave evidence had ended with guilty verdicts for the people involved. With no other reliable evidence, they grudgingly accepted Nichols as their number one and only witness for the triple murders. This included granting him immunity from prosecution for his involvement in the murders and also for the commercial supply of an illegal drug from which he'd been arrested. His conviction could be expected to bring him a lengthy prison sentence, and Nichols had been caught bang to rights. Nichols told the investigating police that he drove his good pal Stephen Wilmes unsuspectingly to the ambush where Jack Wilmes was supposed to have committed the shootings in the fashion that Mr. X had done. However, he added embellishments such as the ludicrous story of a shotgun that had fallen apart for the excessive use it had supposedly undergone, a line with a litany of other little mistruths or exaggerations purely to sound dramatic. He had practiced the story he was to tell with the author of a book and a movie script concerning the murders. It was entitled Blogs 19. It even dared to record an interview for the BBC, which went to air with an actor's voice dubbed in. Their collaboration was the sole intent of making money, not for any moral or compassionate reasons. Nichols had already disclosed his plan to his wife in case she disagreed and decided to leave him. He had to sell her on the idea of disappearing into the witness protection program for good and what it would entail for them and his young family. She did not leave him, and so this left him free to put his disgusting plan into action. The police decided to go along with the prosecution of Steele and Wilmes solely on the word of Darren Nichols. The rest, as they say, is history. Once again, Darren Nichols had created the opportunity to laugh up his sleeve at the gullibility of the jury and the desperate desire of the Essex police to secure convictions. Once again, all the questions about what occurred leading up to and during the ambush raise more questions than they answer. Following are some of them. Did the trio approach Mick Steele to see if they could help him find a buyer for this alleged stolen cocaine? Mick Steele may not have been aware of the cocaine's origins and whom its owners were, so could have approached some of the connections who did trade in large quantities of cocaine. Were these people he approached actually the original owners of the stolen cocaine? Did he mistakenly think they could score a double header by receiving a thank you commission from both the buyers and the sellers in the drug deal? Did he go ahead with a plan to introduce the trio to his so-called reputable and criminal respected contacts and to conduct business at a lonely private location? Was he advised to suggest to the trio that they and he not come to the meeting armed, as this could be perceived as being intimidating and distrustful? Was there really a plan for a drug transaction to be carried out in Workhouse Lane? If Mick Steele was there, was he and the trio generally expecting to have a hassle-free drug deal go down with some trustworthy buyers? Was there also the instruction to leave Mick Steele alive if he agreed to stay silent about the people involved in the murders? He was well liked and trusted not to give a clear description of the shooter, nor to pick anybody out in a police lineup. Was Jack Wilmes innocently waiting for Mick Steele after fixing Darren Nichols' broken down car? He was expecting the trio to drop Steele off at the top of the lane after the transaction. As he waited there, supposedly to pick Mick up, Jack made a 4-second phone call to Darren Nichols long enough to simply say, "Your car is fixed, pick it up." Because they were friends and Jack was doing Mick a favour by driving him home, Jack probably would have been given a share of Mick's expected commission for arranging the drug deal. Instead, he was dragged into a murder investigation. If Mick Steele had organised a supposed drug deal and Jack Worms was involved in a minor way, but Darren Nichols was not required, was Nichols offended because he would not gain any financial benefit? Was he even aware of Mick and Jack being involved? He may have known they were supposed to be conducting a big drug deal with some major people due to hearing a whisper from a criminally connected relative or someone he knew in Canning Town. After the news of the murders had broken, would he have started to put 2 and 2 together? Or was he at the ambush scene with the shooter and there was another person acting as the driver? Are you now left with some decision to make? Do you think Jack Worms and Mick Steele are innocent? Is Jack Worms alone innocent? Was Darren Nichols always a valuable, if not somewhat, a bumbling asset to the police and to the judiciary? Is Mr. X a real person? And was he responsible for the actual shootings? Is he a modern day Jack the Ripper, in that it will go down in history as another unpunished spectre in the dark and terrifying underbelly of evil? You have sat as a jury member in this hypothetical murder trial. You are asked for your verdict in this case. Darren Nichols is invited and is more than welcome to pop his head up if he wishes to refute the above claims or suggestions. But that might not be so advisable. No matter what Darren Nichols may have told himself, he is only a pretend hero. Nobody, apart from those from the same background, holds any respect or admiration for him. The only thing that has ever changed with Darren Nichols is his name and whereabouts. He is still Darren Nichols, a despised grass. You may wonder if Darren Nichols' son, who would be in his 30s now, has learned of his father's involvement in the Rettendon murders. As a young boy, he had shown that he was having trouble adjusting to life in the witness protection programme. He wanted to know why he had to change his name, school and home, and why he would never see his little pals anymore. It is sadly true that a child still wants to love his parents, even if they are considered bad. The point in question is not whether these accounts are absolutely true and unquestionably, but after reading and examining them, would you as a jury member sitting listening to these arguments as they've been put to you in the above accounts be prepared to return your verdict? There is no right or wrong opinion. It is what you are content with in returning your individual vote. Personally, I firmly disagree with the formal findings and sentencing of Mick Steele and Jack Worms. It is not to say that both men are entirely innocent of any involvement whatsoever in the crime. They could have been well involved at some stage. Perhaps they were aware of a conspiracy to murder by other parties. Perhaps Steele and Worms entered into a joint venture with another party or parties who were aware of the threats that had been made by Pat Tate to kill Steele, Worms and Nichols, and they offered to act on their behalf to stop Tate's threats, as there may have been a valid reason of their own to kill the targets. Complying with the requests or the demands of the other party may have provided Steele and Worms and Nichols with an opportunity to be free of the threats of Pat Tate, or maybe they acted as assistants under duress, having their lives threatened should they ever speak or name the other party or parties after being approached. Or perhaps they were threatened if they did not comply with the demand to act as the scapegoats for the real killers. Perhaps they were just highly intimidated accessories before the fact. Possibly due to their connection with the victims, then they were then levied to lure their targets to a prearranged location on behalf of some other parties. They were quite possibly acting as highly composed messengers to deliver the bait or incentive to Tucker Tate and Rolfe. They may have made themselves available for a meeting with another party or parties to conduct possible illegal business, but were unaware that it was to be premeditated murder. This would nevertheless make them complicit in the crime at some level. After luring their targets to what they would have believed was a business meeting or a sort out of something, It had possibly been on the scene and willingly witnessed the shootings by another party who had been initially secreted at the scene. Perhaps the real shooter then made his escape from the murder scene by way of an alternative route, using a vehicle such as a motorbike that he may have easily have hidden from sight when he arrived. It may have been close to the ambush site, yet far away enough that tyre tracks or footprints escaped the detection of the investigating police. Or perhaps somebody arrived on foot, not leaving any traceable footprints due to the thaw of the overnight snowfall. Steen and Worms may have been too terrified to blame or name any other party involved, but it is still highly questionable whether either of them is responsible for the actual shootings of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. There may well have been some other serious charges that had been laid against them, but whether either of them fired the fatal shots has always been unproven. There has never been any witnesses come forward to say they saw either Steele or Worms fire the shots, or for that matter, whether they were actually present at the murder scene, apart from the sole testimony of a known and proven liar and registered police informer, Darren Nichols. Let us examine more closely the Billy Jasper connection and the reason that Jasper was implicated in the Essex boys' murders in the initial investigation. Billy Jasper volunteered to make a statement professing to be the getaway driver for a person that he was responsible for killing Tate, Tucker and Rolfe. The number one reason was an attempt to stop being prosecuted from crimes he had been charged with and was likely to receive a jail sentence. It was undisputed that Jasper was known or had connections with various heavy criminals in London. He was never regarded as a completely trustworthy or staunch villain, as he did have a noticeable drug habit, and he was privy to, from time to time, reliable, underworld banter on many criminal activities. While he was never an absolute trusted individual in the eyes of many of these criminals, it appeared that he was tolerated by some. He was more of a fringe observer and wannabe. Not only did he regularly use drugs, but he had a penchant for admitting to crimes that he was not involved in. The chance of any career villain trusting and employing such an unproven and risky accessory to multiple murders was unlikely. He may have quite easily have heard, directly after the murders, some very strong rumours through the criminal grapevine that some heavily feared villains were responsible for the killings of the Essex boys. They were so feared that any mention of them by name, accusing them of the act, would place anybody with loose lips in very grave danger. He may have heard a believable tale concerning how the killings were committed and even the name of the person suspected as being the killer. As it happened, he volunteered to give evidence on the murders and offered up a description of the supposed killer, but he never offered to give evidence in open court. He professed that his supposed passenger to and from the murder scene was an ex-Special Services trooper and a known hired killer. Names that were bandied about within the criminal fraternity as being candidates and thought to be capable of having committed the murders were men such as Jesse Gale, killed in a motor accident, said to be doing very well for himself nowadays, and Bruce Nish, a genuine military hero, an avid skydiver who, on his last jump, had not attempted to pull his ripcord and went plummeting to the ground, killing himself. All of these men were known to have served in the British Army as Special Forces troopers and were rumoured to have been hired killers. Jasper would have known that if he named or accused anybody from within the perilous criminal underworld, irrespective of whether they were guilty or not, even if he avoided imprisonment by giving information, he would have undoubtedly been warned that he would be hunted down and permanently silenced for doing so. He may have been allowed to brag, putting himself in the frame, but not to implicate anybody else or disclose who the supposed killer was. He was never going to accuse anybody by giving evidence in court, as they were likely to kill him or to order his killing for doing so. It was because of Jasper's desire to evade a jail term that he approached the police with his declaration and accusations. Unfortunately for Billy Jasper, he was later shot in the face, but he was fortunate enough to survive. It is not as if he was in any way a suspect in the murders until his voluntary declaration to the police. The police were to eventually discount Jasper's story and refuse to act on his information. His account of the time of the murders did not fit in with or support the police timeline. The murders were well publicised, as was the location of the actual crime scene. Photos of the surrounding areas taken from the air were printed in the newspapers, as were some minor details. This was enough for Jasper, or any other inventive thinker, to create a story. Could this originally yet fractured story of Jasper's have been relayed to Darren Nichols at some stage, maybe by the investigating police, therefore allowing him to build on a previous tale? He could then weave in missing details or substitute required parts and name suspects who appeared capable of committing the murders and who may have even had a motive to commit them, information that would both suit him and the police investigators. Could it have been possible for Jack Worms to have been in the vicinity of the murders, working on a broken down vehicle and being unaware of Mick Steele and Darren Worms being nearby and being accessories in the planned murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe? Did Mick Steele leave Jack Worms out of the plot and he therefore had no knowledge of the conspiracy, only to be hamstrung by Nichols' decision to implicate Jack Worms after the event rather than naming Mick Steele's real accomplice? Could Mick Steele have been in the company of another person at the murder location who indeed may have been lying in wait at the ambush site and responsible for the actual shootings? Nichols may have conveniently substituted Jack Worms for this person, one of the men they were supposed to have driven away from the scene and whom he described as a cold, callous killer. He also claimed that Mick Steele was rejoicing and laughing, saying he felt like an avenging angel. How cliche B-grade Hollywood script-like is that? But then again, it must be kept in mind that the author of Blogs 19, Mr. Tony Thompson, had written it with the intention of portraying Darren Nichols in an acceptable light as a likeable, honest and naive victim in the saga. They had combined to write a story intended to be financially profitable for both of them, but not necessarily truthful. It can be presumed that much of the so-called wit, cliched impressions and claims of the innocent used throughout the telling are down to Mr. Thompson and his form of storytelling. He had a job to do, and it appears to have been acceptable to many. There are throngs of people who subscribe to the telling of the story as being the absolute truth, and whom therefore believe that Mick Steele and Jack Worms were the shooters. It is strongly believed that the murders occurred between 6:30 and 8 p.m. The question is therefore raised, why did Tucker, Tate and Rolfe not try to call anybody on their mobile phones to simply offer some sort of explanation of why they were running so late for their dinner reservation? After all, they'd already had a hurry-up call over the booking before arriving at the locked farm gate. Why would they be sitting in the parked Range Rover at a locked farm gate for approximately 3 to 4 hours after their arrival approximately 7:15 p.m, not to bother to call anybody at all during the waiting period? They do not appear to have left their vehicles even to relieve themselves or to stretch their legs. As ever, a question in this case will elicit a question in response. It is the merry-go-round that we seem to want to keep riding. Keep in mind the latest admissions that the police have only released information regarding mobile phone calls to and from the trio's phones up to 6:59 p.m. Any that may have been made after this time have never been released or made available for public scrutiny. There could be incredible important information hidden in any such recorded calls or messages sent, which is not the only evidence being kept hidden from the defence and therefore also from the jury. It is all ifs and buts, of course, as is everything involved in this case. However, if Mick Steele or Jack Worms were at the ambush site in any role, then either could have been the shooter. If Mick Steele was the shooter, then Jack Worms has never said so. That, of course, may be because of his personal belief in the old school criminal code that he lived by, no grassing, even on an adversary. Consider what Jack Worms was to have told his father, who visited Jack just before he died. He said to have asked Jack to admit that he shot the trio, even if it was untruthful to gain Jack his eventual freedom and he would be able to look after his mother, as the older man knew that he was dying. Jack's response was he could not do it, as he could not simply bring himself to plead guilty to something that he was not guilty of, no matter what the incentive may be to do so. It was quite noticeable that he did not point the finger at Mick as being the shooter either. I wonder if Jack had been charged with being an accessory before or after the fact, and not for a triple murder, whether we might have heard a different explanation about his involvement. As to Jack Worms making waves or bringing any undue attention to himself that may void his licence upon his release, I would imagine it would be no similar to that of Kenny Knoll upon his recent release from prison when he was quizzed about his intended lifestyle. It is said he replied, "Fuck off and let me enjoy my freedom." Although I subscribe to the opinion that the Rettendon murders, also known as the Range Rover murders, the unlawful killing of Tony Tucker, Pat Tate and Craig Rolfe, are destined for the annals of unsolved crimes. Various names have been presented and strongly believed to be the killer, but we'll never be able to establish who was responsible, beyond reasonable doubt, irrespective of any theory that may be put forward. Please allow me to ask a sincere question, as it personally gnaws at me. How can any average person imagine or truly understand what goes through the mind of a homicidal, vindictive and vitriolic psychopath? It will be impossible to empathise with their sadistic and uncompassionate reasoning and behaviour, or to conceive of the lengths they would go to in order to seek the domination or the destruction of a perceived enemy. All this could be expected of the person who fired the fatal shots at Tony Tucker, Pat Tate and Craig Rolfe. Are we being asked to believe that Jack Worms, accused of being the shooter, could act so coldly, utterly void of compassion on this one occasion for a matter of minutes, and then was able to return to a state of mental normality and unaggressive behaviour for the next 25 years? He has never shown any signs of the psychopathic personality that has been accused of demonstrating when threatened or physically attacked. This has happened on several occasions since his initial incarceration, with no reports of him being overtly violent in order to protect himself. Anybody may be susceptible to a fit of uncontrolled rage and use excessive violence at some point, but it is debatable whether one could willingly reach the level of determined and controlled commitment required by the killer in the Essex boys' murders. It must be considered that it was common knowledge that it was Darren Nichols who informed the police contacts about the threat made by Pat Tate to kill Steele, Worms and Nichols. He told them that he was genuinely scared of the threat and that things were becoming too hot and too hairy for him. They, in turn, would try to pacify him and keep him as an informant. They would have to report this threat to life to their superiors and in due course. This information would have found its way to the desk of Inspector Ivan Dibley. The name of the intended victims would have been noted and the intended murderer. All of the names were known to Dibley, as there was some police surveillance on Steele, Worms and Nichols with regard to the drug importation activities. Nichols was their chief informant. When the murders did take place, Ivan Dibley decided he could crack the case because of the information he'd been given. He would have it no other way. He deduced that Mick Steele had countered Pat Tate's threat by getting in first and killing Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. There was no need for Nichols to ever mention to anybody what he was supposed to know about the murders. He was in no danger of being targeted by anybody for revealing the knowledge that he had held. He was not in any physical danger from Mick Steele or Jack Worms when he unsuspectedly revealed that they were involved in the killings. They may hate him or despise him, but they have never professed that they wish to kill him or have him killed for his lies and betrayal. They may have had some excuse considering that Nichols painted them as being absolutely ruthless, cruel, extremely cold and callous psychopathic killers. Things were not helped by the unspectacular methods and lack of tenuous cross-examination used by the defence counsel. Steele and Worms' legal representation presented what was perceived as extremely weak and unconvincing defence arguments. It is no good as blaming the jury for finding the accused guilty. The jury was addressed by a more determined and much more convincing orator. The courtroom arguments are akin to the game of chess. What is the more proficient, believable and experienced player of the game? Who can outpoint and master the competition? After all, neither the defence counsel, neither the prosecutor knows the truth in any criminal case. They are unaware, as the jury or the public. In any case before the court, it is merely a case of how convincing they can be in their presentation and explanation of any evidence that is permissible. Please consider how convincing an experienced screenwriter can make a work of fiction appear to majority of movie viewers. The bottom line is that Nichols blatantly sacrificed both Mick Steele and Jack Williams when he chose them to be blamed as the culprits. Now we come down to the nitty gritty. Can it not be expected or accepted that individual human jealousy alone is at the very heart of this matter? Committing the murders would require nobody else's approval or need any payment. They were not the actions of a criminal committee or a higher paid killer. The math would indicate that the former might be the simple and quite acceptable answer. Therefore, irrespective of your former opinion, suspicion or belief, is it too much or too little to accept that the motive for the murders was jealousy alone? Could this not be the simplest and most realistic answer, and not suspected responsibility of any criminal gang, vigilante, or any organised parties? After all, how many times have murders been driven by nothing more than jealousy? Irrespective of the reason for the murders, the lasting damage and grief that has enveloped innocent family members on all sides of the story should not be forgotten or brushed aside. They are not responsible for the actions and thoughts of any of the offenders. Once again, can the truth be hidden in fiction? Enjoy your pondering. This has been the Essex Boys and Mr. X by Heath Mayfield.